I've fiddled with the settings a little bit so that hopefully even if the internet gets a little bit shitty, it still won't drop as many frames because, like I basically said, instead of using 5 megabit to encode the footage until it fits into 3 megabits, it'll take a little bit more CPU or GPU to encode, but will require significantly less internet to actually transmit. But I don't know if that's actually going to make a difference because fucking who knows with this shit. So today I want to continue working on this screen, but I've decided that it's probably a little bit smarter to go back to the inventory system. That's its own separate crate, and modify that to work with UI as well as sprites, like UI nodes as well as sprites, so that I can actually use inventories for here. Because I'm doing a lot of bespoke logic that's about making sure that, you know, like the perks go into the perk slot and the floors go into the floor slot. But what I was thinking is I could probably modify this to be an inventory over here with two types of with a slot that's perk coded and a slot that's floor coded, and then have an inventory here that's perk coded and floor coded. Because I didn't open Steam apparently. If we open the Neo scavenger, which game we're copying here, whoop, Neo. When you I should have a continue game because I didn't save last time. Yeah, I think so. Loading everything. Okay. When we go continue and we go craft, in the crafting thing here, you actually have the traits items. So my thinking is that if we do the perks the way I'm currently doing the perks, then we have to actually like manually encode this. Whereas what I was actually thinking is we could have a inventory system, I guess, that kind of works like where the player has like a slot in their inventory that can hold their perks or traits or abilities or whatever you want to call them, so that they like automatically would turn up somewhere like here as crafting related items without me having to like manually be like, oh, well, let's check what perks and traits the player has. So it might require a little bit of logic to do certain things, but yeah, my thinking is we also then like just check the player's inventory. No, you don't want to check things. I'm just trying to think in my head, like ahead being like, because when you take like slow metabolism, you obviously lose less food and water. But you need some kind of way of being like, how do you distinguish between moving the slow metabolism from the player's inventory into the crafting system and back again without it like constantly having to remove and add traits? Maybe you don't do it when the inventory is confirmed or something, or like do it every so often, update that the player has this in their inventory. I think it's like crafting could just like not take it from the inventory. I don't know. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back and modify the crafting crate that we've been working on. So I do need to go to my terminal and like reset that. I spilled shit on my keyboard at the end of last stream and cleaned my keyboard, and that doesn't work properly. It's by multiple keys, so I've got an old keyboard, so my typing is probably going to be even worse than it normally is, which is going to be fun. So we want to be like cd dot slash crates poly inventory, and then we're going to go cargo run dash example basic I'm going to call it UI and right. So then we have to go back to like all this stuff. Yeah, go away, clip that. We want to go back to crates, poly inventory, examples, and be like new file UI underscore inventory .rs. So the UI inventory is going to be exactly the same as the basic inventory, which probably means that they should probably share a little bit of like infrastructure code to make them, I don't know, they're like able to not have to rewrite all this stuff. But anyway, the idea would be that we just checks loaded because we have to make sure that items are all loaded. Loot table handle. I do feel like I need some kind of queuing system so that like you don't have to wait for everything to be loaded. But anyway, spawn inventory. So when we call spawn inventory, we spawn a command.spawn inventory renderer. So we should probably rename this. Let's get Git open and make sure that I've actually committed everything. Alright, data stream. Just so that like when I accidentally break everything, it doesn't we have somewhere to revert back to. So we insert resource main inventory. For fuck's sake. I think it's done it again where it's decided that my virus scanner does not want me doing what I'm doing. OBS thinks I am doing fine. Okay, cool. Alright, so it was like, well, we press like F12 or something to spawn the inventory, right? I think, or is it escape? Yeah, escape spawns the inventory. It also spawns multiple inventories, which is fun. So somewhere we have something. So this is spawn main inventory, right? So we insert main inventory, and then this says command spawn inventory renderer. So we're going to change you to spawn inventory. You are now going to be an enum. And then we are going to have sprite and UI. Right, they're going to do basically the same thing, except it's going to that's some inventory. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense. We get the same inventory thing. But we also need to say that UI equals equals, I guess, false. And then here we would say UI is false, UI is true. I guess we don't actually need to do that. We can just say bool, like that. Mismatch struct, what? Mismatch type expected struct. So that works the same. Okay, wait. So we need to also let. I guess at that point you just go let target UI equals handle false. Right. Mismatch types. Not sure what's going on there. Then you would call that. Then down here we would just say target.clone. Right. So this is where things get interesting. Because it's doing all of this stuff, but I feel like this stuff is not how you want to do that. Let root. This feels like a bad way of doing it. We want to just like detect when. So rendering, when we like, there's mod and there's rendering. All right, so we're going to say mod node renderer. That's horrible. Okay. So I guess we go. For some reason this isn't working. I'm not entirely sure. We want to take all this logic. We're going to go So we have rendering, and then we have okay. I guess the renderer needs the thing and be like, she doesn't even need the thing. What am I doing? Fine. I want the UI rendered. So we're just going to go back to saying, hey, target. The target is just that UI handle. So you're just going to return handle like that. And then I'm still entirely, oh, right, because it's .event. That's what it's complaining about. Yeah. And then this one, we're just going to go, if you get to here, just commands.spawn. This keyboard is not much fun. And then we're going to return. So the idea is if you get to the UI one, just return early. So we're going to say, we want to do something like, we don't want to style anything. Okay, so we're going to say name is new inventory node. So this is more like for testing, I guess, because it does the spawning, but like we're doing it inside the main thing, which is probably not the best place for it anyway. And then we're going to say inventory node new, and then handle.clone. Right, so we have to pull inventory node in, which is going to be like super node renderer, inventory node. Okay, node renderer. So we're going to have use Bevy prelude. Then we're going to go like pub struct inventory node. Right. Inventory. Right. Handle to an inventory. You do new. Okay, so we have to import you like so. So we have to drive component, like that. All right, so now we have our inventory node. This does make me suddenly realize that I should probably do something along the lines of feature node, or like UI node equals that. So we would have to put the rest of the rendering stuff under there, but UI node is going to need rendering. And Bevy / UI, maybe, I don't know. We'll find that out later. So default features toolbox, so rendering. So we turn on UI node, which will turn on rendering. Right, and then we'll go back to rendering mod, and then we're going to say config feature equals UI node. Right. That's just an easy way of like keeping a lot of this stuff hidden away in out of here. What are you complaining? Spawn inventory sprite. No, you just trigger spawn inventory sprite 0 there. Now this one I actually want to kind of do differently because I want this one to work even if the inventory hasn't finished loading. So commands.spawn render inventory renderer. So this would be an inventory node. Can't find this in scope. Yeah. And then we don't have to worry about like this entire thing. Don't need this system update here. We just need to make sure we okay, so it's not part of the prelude is the problem here. So I believe you can just go like config feature equals node no, UI node that work? No. It have to be like mod node and then feel like pub use okay, node rendering is more private. Okay, node renderer here. Yeah. Actually, maybe that was your problem the whole time. There's definitely a way you can do it in the that's really easy to be like, you know, this next block. Alright, this seems like silly, but anyway. So when I run this example, it should do nothing now because it tries to spawn it in, but it doesn't actually do anything with it. So the UI inventory should effectively do nothing. Okay, yep. So it renders nothing, but it does spawn the inventory in. So that's fun. And then I shouldn't require doing anything else in the example. It's purely about writing the code in the actual main, right? Because you know, once it starts rendering, it starts rendering. So where's our inventory poly? Rendering node. All right. So I'm going to say some things like you require node. Right. So that means that we can do fancy things on add and that because we know for certain that it has access to stuff. All right. So we have the inventory. So we need a like a first off maybe make a plugin. Plugin, which is going to be a inventory node plugin. Right. So that's more stuff to do in feature stuff. So again, back up here, we're going to go pub use create plugin, and then also in here we're going to say config feature equals UI node app.add plugin poly the rendering node plugin. This is the plugin that'll be in charge of actually like setting everything up because we're gonna have to do all sorts of things to get this to work properly. So I think we have the inventory manager somewhere that lets us access everything that we need. So fun. So we need a, I guess, pre-update. So like fn spawn inventory window. So this is going to be like new, and then it'll be all like populated. Oh, the inventory node. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't. It does. Inventory node added. Inventory node. So we may have to fire like certain events, like when you add a slot to an inventory, because obviously the renderer is not going to pick up that a new slot was added. But what this is doing is saying that the system will only run if there are actually an inventory node that has actually had the node added this turn. Which then we go like app.add systems to pre-update. 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 So this is going to be spawn inventory window. So the way that this is going to work is, I think we might need access to your entity, maybe like that. Then we go for entity and node. We need to go mute commands. Again, just personal preference. I always like to put commands at the top so I know that I'm using it. We need the inventory manager. Just the inventory manager. Apparently can't find it in scope. So we've already used crate prelude, because this will tell us that like everything's actually being imported properly. So we have an inventory manager, which has our inventory assets, our commands, our items, and our descriptors. Okay, lovely. So for entity in a node, spawn inventory window for inventory. No. So spawning inventory window for node.inventory. Okay, so then we're going to go like for slot in. Okay, wait, no. So we got to open the inventory. So let some inventory equals inventory manager dot open inventory, and then it's node like that. So we have to do the node thing and say that open inventory has to implement into asset inventory ID. And that's an reference to. Okay, so we have to import into asset ID inventory for inventory node, which just says self.inventory like that, and then else warn failed to find failed to spawn. This is fine. I'm currently working on recreating Neo Scavenger, which is like a hex-based post-apocalypse survival game. It was built back in like 2012 or something. We go back to my menu, I think it says. It says 2017, but it definitely feels clunkier and older than that. But the game has a lot of quirks from being built in Flash, and I really like the game, but I get really annoyed at like, you know, you can't have multiple saves. There's a lot of weird things, like you have to do certain things like in certain order to get them to work properly. Like you have to drop your sleeping bag, because if it's in your hand, it doesn't count towards this outdoor temperature. But if you put it on the ground, it does. It's like when I was running to here, the sleeping bag in my head. So I had to keep doing, put it on the ground, end my turn, pick it back up. So otherwise you'd like leave it behind. So there's lots of like weird quirks from it being basically built in Flash. So I'm trying to like recreate it in Rust and Bevy. But again, because I don't own the copyright to the game, I am doing like a module approach. So I'm making an inventory system that's completely independent. Like it's just this style of inventory where we go to the inventory here. So like how you can like move things across and it's block based, so you can like pick this up and move it here. I'm making this style of inventory management as a plugin that I can then rip the game assets and load them in to be able to run the game. So the idea is that anyone that wants to use this kind of inventory system can use my plugin and then skin it to be whatever they want and make modifications. So what I'm working on at the moment is a node-based system to be able to render this stuff. At the moment, I've got a sprite-based system. So if we run the, I have to make this compile first. I think it's to do that. Why is this not working? Let's let's go. Oh, you have to return. Continue. So continue. Yeah. What else is it complaining? Oh, you need to be mutable. Yeah. Alright, this should go well. So if I change my example to basic example, basic. So this is a sprite-based approach. I actually don't know if this works at all at the moment because I think I've still got things like you can only place an inventory in the exact spot that I've told it because I haven't actually like fixed a lot of the code because I got distracted making the map for the actual game, which is like a lot more fun. But, so at the moment, the game has to load all the assets before you can spawn the inventory, so I have to wait for everything to load. That's why it doesn't immediately appear. And then we hit escape, and it spawns in this inventory. And the way this worked is I basically told it to put a water bottle in there, and I told it to... And the water bottle, I told it an exact location, and then this one I just told it to add the item. Then you can like pick it up and you can put it back down, except it's going to fail because you have to put the water bottle exactly in that orientation because I'm telling it to place it here. And then it checks to see if it can fit. That's what like the error was. Is it was saying, hey, you can't fit. So if I turn the water bottle and try and place it, it goes, no. But as you see, like, it doesn't matter where I place it, it places here. And it's because I'm actually telling it, I'm hard coding to try that location for testing purposes. I think technically my UI code should spawn in. Oh yeah, I turned it off because it was causing issues. It'll pick 5 random items. So we say loot items choose, which apparently I cleaned up the code and removed a bunch of stuff while I was doing this. So we have the item descriptor, and then we say items dot get. So we have the inventory manager now. So I think it actually we go something like how do I have the inventory? So I have the inventory. Okay, so that's open inventory. I don't know if this is the same thing. Yeah, so we create an inventory here, and then we test inventory. And so we go something like test inventory dot. Wait, no, so we have to go let item is loot choose this, and then we say I haven't worked on this code in ages. Like ages being like a week. So we then say spawn item and we pass in item. And I guess we say if let error. Oh, we should just match it. Match item. Something like that. Now I actually had the right idea there. So I believe this returns. It's okay, just return okay then. Spawning item. Oh no, it tells me what item. So I don't care. I guess we do like this, and we say spawned random item, and then error F, which is we report as an error failed to spawn random item, and we have an add failed for a reason. And this should then result in a bunch of random items being in the inventory when we run the same example again. Apparently I didn't save the example. Why is it not? Oh, no, because this is the UI example. We have to make the same changes to the sprite example, but again, the sprite example is like uses sprite-based approach, and I'm kind of trying to make it. Yeah, I can make it available. I've got so that's the idea, is that as you'll see in my data structure, I have crates and then there's game. So the outermost thing, the outermost crate, the like workspace crate, this one, is my copying of their game, and then everything in crates is things that I'm building independently. So there's Hexagons, which is a hexagon-based map system. Sorry, there's an alarm going off the background. Yeah, so the hexagons is a hexagon-based tile system, which I guess I'll show you in a second. And then there's the poly inventory as a separate crate. So I hopefully should be able to release them independently of the actual main crate. I just need to remember how to choose. Oh yeah, I forgot to import that. Whoop. Shoot. Please do that. Okay. I double up. So I got a new keyboard today. I'm using like an old one because I spilled water on my old one, on my normal keyboard, and it's currently hitting double keys because it's got liquid like shorting across things, so it's not possible to like not press the E key when you press the W key. It's always pressing both. Anyway, so we come in here and we go hit escape. So now it's spawned like a bunch of random items, and it'll try like every orientation. Obviously, we didn't roll an item after the fact because it spawned 5 items. We can up that to like 10. Yeah, we can up it at 15, but 15 should result in a bunch more failures. It's got a whole bunch of really cool functionality for no real reason at all. So each inventory slot has like slot types, and also each item can be specified different sizes based on the slot type. So I haven't quite got around to programming yet, but I'm like, it's in like, I've got a bunch of to-dos, like heaps of to-dos. No, oh yeah, not yet fully implemented. So see how like the phones have turned sideways because that makes them fit, and then like the water bottles have been turned sideways so they can fit, that kind of thing. What was this? Yeah, so at the moment, annoyingly, I have to kind of re-roll. Yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, I will try and like extract this into a new crate, and I guess I'll make like a Git repo so that you can like start experimenting with it and like leaving issues and comments about what you want and need added sooner or later. I hope you enjoy. I hopefully eventually will have the motivation to go back to making videos and like doing tutorial content rather than just streaming. At the moment, I'm doing streaming because it's easier for me to be like, I have to motivate and like actually do stuff. But enjoy the rest of your day. Drop back in if you like later. It's always nice to meet someone who's been watching the channel for a while. Oh yeah, I forgot to announce on Discord that I was fucking live. Yep. At here, live now. Making the inventory system work with UI nodes. Okay. Okay, so we now spawn our UI inventory, basic inventory. What are we doing? So we have our inventory node. Okay. No, we have to go back into here, go back into rendering node. Right. So when we spawn this in, and we go, hey, inventory, and then so this is failed to get inventory for node. Come on, brain. You can type. New keyboard. Feels really fucking weird. This is one of those like mechanical versus not mechanical keyboards. My one's a mechanical keyboard and it goes clickety clackety. This one, not so much, and it feels really weird because it's too spongy. Anyway, so we pass in the node and we say, hey, this is the inventory, and then this is inventory commands. Right. Spawning inventory for window node inventory. What do I do? I guess we go for slot in inventory dot slots. So inventory commands, which is like a struct I have somewhere in inventory. Where's the inventory commands? Inventory manager. Ugh. Okay, yeah, this code needs to be rearranged too. But anyway, inventory commands. So inventory commands owns what? It owns commands. It owns the inventory. Okay, so we need to, I guess, technically, we can do something like import deref for inventory commands, and that deref is into inventory. We have to like qualify. It's like core ops deref. Right, so that works for that, and then we can also implement import deref mute. Right. Same thing, core obs. Mute. So this just lets me treat an inventory commands as if it's an inventory, so I can access anything that you can do in an inventory, you can do inventory commands. It's like lets you access the underlying data, because the rest of inventory commands is like bookkeeping stuff, like having access to commands to spawn stuff, and the items query, so I can look up what item is at the other end, and also the assets, so that I can like look up details about the item. The idea is this is just a quick accessor, whereas this is the actual inventory, which is good. Which does make me think that at some point I have to rearrange inventories to literally just be items, like just entities, and then the shape and stuff. The issue is I want to be able to add items to inventories without having to do that extra boring shit. Anyway, where were we? We were in, what was that? Render node. All right, so now I can call .slots, because that's an iterator on all the slots of that specific inventory. And then we can just for now be like print line to do spawn node for slot. Well, I don't think this slot has a name, but that would be an interesting thing to give slots names. Anyway, we probably want to go like enumerate, iterative enumerate, like that maybe. So it's like to do shape node for slot in I slot position. This should mean that when we go and run our example, I go run UI example. This should then basically do nothing and then spit out saying that it needs to add the nodes. Okay. So yeah, so to do spawn node for slot 0 at 0, 0, and then to do spawn node for slot at 0, 1, 0, 8, which is good. So I think we do need to that's interesting. Actually, maybe we should say that you are a inventory node. No, so I don't want to have to manually specify that and split that stuff up. My thinking is like I could stick the style in there, because at the moment inventory style has like a whole thing that you can do, which apparently does nothing except tell you the cell size, the cell icon in the background. Like it just tells you basically what to render. Now I feel like it should always have at least something, but the idea is that we should probably be like option inventory style, like this. So you have an optional inventory style. Apparently is not part of the prelude, which is good to know. So we need to go back to lib here and do the same thing and be like mod render, which then bring like pub use create rendering style, inventory style. Right, and then we go that. Except this is rendering, and then we have the rendering prelude. Wait, so you're telling me the inventory style is not inside the rendering prelude? Okay. I mean, it's exactly the same concept, except it's just stored inside. So maybe we should do the node prelude. Anyway, wait, we are bringing in style. Why do you not see style? Inventory style is not a component. Sorry, it's... Wait, what? Right. It's fucking okay. I don't like that. I need to rename some of this stuff. Anyway, it's because it's a little bit confusing. Handle, inventory style handle, and then we can say style style. Otherwise, we have to get the fallback. And there's a very good reason why I'm doing it this way. Now, my question is, I don't think the inventory manager needs to have access to the styling because that feels like a very specific thing. So, I think I need to make a styler like thing as a system parameter. So we'd be like pub struct inventory. Why the fuck is my stream yelling at me? Okay, inventory style. Okay, so we're going to get inventory styler, and this is going to be a derive system param, like that. And then you are going to have styles, which is a res assets inventory style. Now this is interesting because this is saying like we could do a weird lookup. You need a W, but I actually feel like I want to pass in the handle and not do the query. Now, the idea here is that it's more that this is like a wrapper around that. Because I need to check the main node, but pretty sure my understanding is when I spawn it in, like this brings in inventory styles. When do we use style? So we say styles and we say get asset ID default except, okay, expect. So this doesn't actually do the logic, it just gets the default style. It doesn't even check if an inventory, weird. This literally just uses the default style, doesn't it? Hilarious. All right. So when we spawn the inventory window, we say we need styles, and then we need to go inventory styler. Right. So the way the inventory styler is going to work is that I'm just going to effectively give it an ID, and it will return me Here's the thing, it's like theoretically I could do a query for this. I was trying to think, like, because there was something else I was doing which was like checking and then checking a resource, and then if that resource didn't exist, checking it. But no, it's definitely a smarter way to do it that way. So this is the inventory, and then I feel like for cleaning this up, we could just make the inventory styler take that query and be like inventories, and then this just is like a query which need to be like W and S and static. Right. Something like that. So the idea is that you have a query for everything that has an inventory style, and then we import inventory styler, and we go style for this entity. We go self inventories get okay, and then no, so this returns an option. So my thinking is that style has to be guaranteed. It 100% will return a style, and then we say self dot. Okay, so it's like if let, I guess we match self dot inventory dot get entity. Right, we match that and we say okay, so if the error case, then we return self dot styles dot get asset ID default, and then we dot expect default I guess we know or else. Because my thinking is like or else, and then we can just return something. The or else thing is just so that I can say error no default style found, returning empty style, and then that's just going to return. I guess, can you have a const like this? Const fallback style, which is just going to be the default cell size. Here's I already have a default inventory style. But you have it here. So the inventory style, the fallback style is just default cell size, which is apparently 32. Right, and then we just return a reference to self fallback style. Right, so it 100% always returns something. And then if you get OK, handle, which is going to go self.style, self.styles.get. Right, you have to return. Well, this is one of those annoying things because I want to do, you return a reference to this, and then we go here and we say, hey, get entity. Not entity, handle. The styles.get handle. Right, like that. Do you get that? And then we say, okay. Maybe we should always get the fallback handle out first. So like let fallback equals like self dot styles no, I don't want to get it unless I need it. That's the annoying thing, is because now I have to rerun this piece of logic. Maybe we can just do it here and be like pub fallback. Get default. Which takes in self because it needs access to, like, you know, fancy things. And this returns an inventory style. And we say, hey, self style get default unwrap default. Then we can go here and say, hey, if you hit an error, you call self dot get default, right? And then on this we say self styles get the handle unwrap or else. I guess it's unwrap or self dot get default. Right. So that should mean that like you either get the handle or you return the default handle. Now technically we'd probably want this to say that it was falling back on the default handle, because it basically needs to state, hey, this handle wasn't loaded. So we need to just like maybe have a warning. Yeah, or underscore else. This is again more for like debugging purposes, to be like, so self.default handle, and then we have to go like warn style handle not found falling back to default, and then this is all, yeah, get your style. This is the inventory style handle. We need to implement wherever the inventory handle style is, we need to import into assets ID for you, so that like we can drop you in like so, and then the handle doesn't implement default, which is just to say handle.0. Okay, so when you fail to get a style, it's gonna like warn that you didn't get the style. The issue is that if you spawn an inventory with a faulty style, it'll theoretically never reapply the style. And I need to work out some kind of way of actually reapplying the style. But anyway, Now we can go, hey, styles, inventory styler, and then we can say, we spawn this inventory, and then we go, you don't actually need this. I guess we only grab the style if we find the inventory. So we can go like here, and we can say, hey, styles, let style equal styles.style. The idea is that this will always return a valid inventory style. Or the default styling. All right, then for this, we spawn that. So this is going to be, we need to be like commands.spawn. So we need nodes. So again, this becomes one of those node renderer, and we go inventory node. This is inventory node. So all this stuff is inventory node. So we're going to be like mod inventory node. Right, so this makes, so we have node render, and then we have the inventory node. The spawning inventory window can stay, but this all goes into inventory node. Because yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired of having to dig through all of this stuff. So we're going to say, hey, you use super. Like it ends up with too much stuff. So that's apparently everything. No, that doesn't make sense. So we spawn the inventory here, and then that's really everything I've written about inventory nodes. That doesn't make sense. I guess maybe. I guess I'm just being slow today. Anyway, so we have the node renderer, and then inside the node renderer, we're also going to have like a mod slot node. Right. The slot node is again going to be a specific thing that needs to go inside of a thing. So this renders inventory. Okay, so yeah, you spawn inventory node. Thank you. We have to go back to here. Yeah, node renderer. So we have to like I guess just pub use inventory node, and also pub use slot node. Right. Slot node doesn't actually have anything yet, so we're going to say pub. So first off, use super like so, and then pub struct slot node does this, and it's going to have nothing, but it probably should have a slot ID. So the idea is that a slot node will always be part of an inventory. The issue is that where it's placed is not necessarily the inventory it's placed within. So we should probably maybe have index, because the idea is that like we want to be able to look up, but it's again not always going to necessarily be the parent. So maybe also inventory. Shouldn't be a handle to an inventory. Maybe could do that. This seems like a silly way of doing it, but maybe. Because that means that the slot can be updated when the inventory is updated. But we're going to say instead like entity. Or nothing at all. We'll work that out later. That feels like something to add if I find out that it's needed. So we're going to keep the index because the index is going to be important. So what did it say? So first off, we lost the ability to say inventory. So inventory node, I guess technically for now we should just say pub handle to an inventory. Like for now, that's all that inventory node actually fucking needs is just self.0 and self. Right. And then you'll just like self.0 and self.0. Actually, this isn't node, this is entity. Because we want to say failed to get inventory for node. Be a bit more like this. Failed to get inventory node.0 for node. So we go about style and we say, hey, for slot in in slots. Commands spawn, so we would need a, I guess the simplest thing is to go slot node new and then I. And then technically that would be everything, maybe? So we need to, first off, say, I'm going to keep that as index because it's much more clear that that's what that actually represents. And then we say pub, no, we import slot node new index. The main reason for having this be its own separate thing is like, whereas the inventory node is like, it's pretty clear that like this is the inventory, whereas the random UI32 or usize is not necessarily clear that that is what it's actually taking in. Are you taking a usize? You're taking a usize. Thank you. So why are you complaining? So it's because you're not considered a component yet, a derived component. You also, again, need to derive node because you're a slot node. The annoying thing about this is starting to feel like it's a lot of, not redundant, but like, I feel like a slot node should just be a slot node like that. And then the renderer maybe? Up like the renderer layer. Do we have some kind of way of marking slots? I think we do, but I don't actually remember. And I feel like my brain is a lot more clearer today about what I want this architecture to look like. So we're going to go back up to node renderer. No, it has to be in renderer. And we're going to have in renderer, we're going to have a pub struct inventory slot. Right, and this is going to have a pub. Well, again, this one has index, which is also probably going to be public because again, you're going to be able to set the index. Maybe like this actually, and say, so you derive component. You don't require node because that's the idea. Is requiring node is what makes it specifically a node renderer. Whereas I want this to be reusable for everything. But we're going to say component immutable. Okay, so this being immutable basically just means that you can't change what the slot's index is. So the idea is that once I spawn a fucking slot in, the user of my crate is not allowed to go, hey, actually, never mind, that slot's its own, like that slot's something else. So when we spawn our inventory window, we spawn a slot node, and we also spawn a slot, inventory slot, inventory slot. I also feel like I should probably be renaming these to inventory pockets. I guess you probably get a new then? No. Where did you pull this from? It is here. What? Oh, what? Import inventory slot. We could make this, well, yeah, we go index, and then we can make this pub to the crate so that I don't have to do anything. But like, if you want to access the index, you can ask for the index, but only I'm allowed to like directly read the index. So then I can do things like this. I can spawn this in, so it's going to be a slot node and a slot index. Then we go to our slot node and we say, hey, you are a rendering component and node. So you're going to need additional shit to set you to the right size. So you should probably do that when it's spawning, but theoretically I could make that happen after the fact. But who knows? That does make me think that I should probably do like a slots thing, so that when you spawn an inventory and you can access the slots, because that means that you can do more creative stuff with like layout, because like at the moment I kind of need to iterate through all of its children and check to see if they're a slot, whereas if I have like a slots, I can I wonder if I can do the relationship thing. Probably not. I was gonna try and like work that out. So maybe. Anyway, so command spawns, we have our style, we have our slot. Now the issue is the style, I think, only has a background image thing. So I guess technically, because we just added inventory node, we can go style. So style has a bunch of stuff. So style has a background, a cell icon, and a cell size, which are technically all the things we need. So we're gonna say like if let sum bkg, because I can't be bothered typing out full things on this thing, and then we say style.background. I guess we can clone it. We then say something like commands dot entity entity dot insert image node. Image bkg dot default. That should let me set the background of inventories to a specific icon if it exists. Now this does probably need some kind of check to make sure that you don't have a background, because it would be annoying if you manually set something up, attached the node renderer, and it overrode it, so you could have like custom code that overwrites that. But for now, it's like if you say the style has a background, it'll set that background for that style. So we're going to say here, we say for slot, and then we say slots, and the slots contain the actual slot information. So again, in rendering, so we have an inventory slot, which I think, or it has its index. So theoretically, we could make the inventory slot the one that does the rendering stuff. So weirdly, the image thing says that it should contain the image size. Like there's a weird thing in here that's like node image, computed image, whatever, which is supposed to tell you the aspect ratio of the sprite that's attached. But anyway, so whoop. Okay. So the inventory slot is the one in charge of doing some of the weird stuff. So you spawn a slot, you spawn an inventory. Now, my thinking is that, again, by this point we know that the inventory is loaded, so we can go back up to here. We can theoretically grab the style out. But we also just have access to the slot, so why would you not? My thinking is that I'm trying to think if it's worth going like, do you have a copy of the slot? Because I don't know, because they would have all the items as well. My thing is that like this thing here is we can go like node and like program all the display stuff in, but I feel like that then requires maintaining that. Whereas if like we add ID, we can go, hey, you're going to check for a inventory slot. We could like basically make that like this on add on insert does all the like sizing logic, which makes spawning a slot really easy, because you just say inventory slot slot node and then the inventory slot that said slot node belongs to. Now we do need to do bounds checks and stuff. Okay, maybe that's for later. For now, we're going to say node okay, node node, and we're going to say like display Width is slot.size.x as f32 times by cell size, and height is the same, except these need to be val. That's annoying. So this is the actual slot. And how do I program in the slot size when it's a node? Because with the sprites, I was just making the sprite the fraction of the parent. Because like I could go pixels, because then in theory you could make the right. Again, I guess we just replicate the sprite as close as possible, and then like from there. So that should spawn the thing with the right size, and then we need to do the other stuff. We need to go like image node, and then image. So image nodes can't not have an image, which is fun. Which does mean we should probably program in like a fallback image, but anyway. I think we can just use the default sprite though, because I think if I remember, image node, no, it's the styler. The fallback, okay, so cell icon. We can't not have a cell icon then, so it's going to be handle image. So you will always have a cell icon because it's not a valid interpretation not to have one. For the sake of doing this, I'm going to say the default inventory thing is going to be inventory style styler fallback style. Okay, and then you're going to be a handle default. Is it handled? Is it no? How do I do it? It's like handle UUID maybe. There's definitely a way of getting like the default handle. There's got to be like a const constructor or something. Const pub const. Okay. Right. That's annoying. So it'd be like, it needs to be a UUID. Handle. Not weak. What was the thing? It was giving an example of UUID. Phantom data thing. So subconst. Const. Right. Yeah, these are test ones. Don't care about that. Okay. So it calls UUID handle and then it passes in that. Okay. I'm going to copy this and go here. We're trying to just get a default handle, which is kind of why I'm doing it like this. And go like, hey, okay, so UUID handle, which I think is included as part of the preload, I would assume. No, apparently not. We're going to qualify you as Bevy assets UUID handle. So this is not what we want. We want the handle when we call default, what does default do? Not your default. Handle's default. FN default. Okay, asset ID a default UUID. Wait, where were we? I'm going all over the shop, losing the plot, losing the plot, losing the plot. Okay, you. Then we go here. We go. Okay, this is what we want. Asset ID default UUID. Copy that. Go here. Go asset, and it's not a. It's inventory style. Expected a string. I hate you. So I don't think I'm allowed to just say like handle UUID. Like I don't think that's allowed. Maybe it is. Okay. Maybe this is just a perfectly allowed thing. It's like core marker phantom data. Okay, apparently that's just allowed. So that's the default UID, which is just like the default. Wait, not for inventory. UUID default for image. Okay. Does that mean that your UUID must contain... Nope, it's just bytes. So I don't actually think that makes any fucking difference. Why does this take in a T? Because asset ID needs a T, probably. Yeah, this is just a fixed number, so it doesn't actually matter what asset you put there. Right. Mismatch type expected. Oh, you're the inventory asset. Fuck you. Alright. Fine. Your none. I'm not entirely sure what I'm achieving with this, but anyway. So this has a default cell size and a fallback. This is the fallback one. It does something. I'm loading something somewhere, which is just, you know, registering the default one. So as reflect dot path dot asset server load. So this is style, which is the asset. And we say icon. Right. So it's more like that map this dot unwrap or inventory styler fallback style dot cell the icon. Right. I think that's going to complain about something not being static. I don't know where the fuck I brought that in from. Anyway. I'm not sure why I'm allowed to clone that like that, but anyway. I guess it's because it's static. We're still working on that, and then this is complaining about something. Spawning an inventory window. Right. So that's image. Okay, because sprite. Okay, and a sprite also, again, always requires a so it just spawned, it just goes icon clone. There you go. Right, so your image is style.cellIcon.clone. And then I guess your flip X, flip Y, and that doesn't matter. So the only thing is image mode is right image mode tiled 0 0 wait what no true true 1. Again, we're just going for the basics now, but in theory I can very easily add the same tiling logic I have on my other one, which is wait, not sprite node tiled. Thank you. Okay. I would need you to be true, true, true 1. So the idea is that like at the moment it's set to true 1, but in theory I could include that as part of like how it's tiled, so that you can like specify whether you want to tile it like that. So I guess next is to run the example and see if it actually spawns in the inventory nodes. We're not setting that location correctly, but that's fine. Hey, look, it spawned over here. So I guess what we should probably do is when we spawn the base inventory something, we just insert the inventory node. So I should probably just like always send to inventory nodes. So we go like, hey, require, and this just equals node. Node, and then we're going to say margins is direct all auto, please. That'll auto center it, and then node capital D default. This is just like a way to get around the borrow checker saying you can't call default at compile time, so they just have like a pre-defined default. And then I think when you actually call the lowercase default, it just returns this. Anyway, it just lets you do that, which should mean that when I rerun this, it should automatically center the inventory. Now I'm going to need to do some kind of node look, okay. So something said, oh yeah, not yet implemented, which is just telling me that it's full. Apparently not working. So we spawned a bunch of nodes. We should probably say something like, I don't want to make this a required name thing, so I think I need to go maybe to my example and go, we spawn an inventory node in. Can you please name this node as a name test in inventory node? Thank you. Because my issue with that is if I make it required, you can, I guess, override the name then, but it does mean that like technically I'm making the plugin slower for no reason other than just like convenience of my debugging. Right, test inventory node. Why are your margins not set to auto? They are set to auto. Right, it's probably that you're not set to like a width and a height of 100%. So display as flex. Here's your width. I need to make you big, please. I want you to be centered, but I guess what's happening is it's not. No, it should be width. 100. Height percent 100. Right. Now if I said we need to go to your background color and be like, where the fuck are you? Alright, so you are actually filling the entire screen, and weirdly you're like in front of. Oh, the nodes aren't. That would explain part of it at least. Okay, so inventory slot. No, it's render node. When we spawn these in, they need to be a child. Capital C, child of entity. Okay. We're also gonna, I guess, name them slot. Like that. Right, now when I run the example, I was going, why are they behind? It's like, well, they're behind because technically they spawned before somehow. Does it like spawn it in reverse? I don't know. I don't know how they ended up in front, but or behind. But they weren't children of, which is why they weren't centering. Car fucking da. Okay. So they're getting centered now, which is absolutely glorious. Right. So again, we run into that slight issue of like a scaling thing of like, how do I make it so that the inventory can be scaled up and down? One thing to do is to do the grid scaling thing and be like, we can take their size and we can make them bigger. So where does 0, 0? I'm going to say that 0, 0 of an inventory is the bottom left corner. I should probably note that somewhere. But I don't actually know. I guess in position, there's a like is inventory? No. Okay. Somewhere I have something called like position, but I should do something. Anyway, node. Well, I guess the thing with inventory nodes is they render from top, bottom, left, and right, which means that technically I can pick whichever corner I like. It's sprites that render from the center, which makes them a pain in the ass for this kind of thing. Okay, so we're going to say that bottom is val pixels slot dot position dot x as f32 times style dot cell size dot x, and you are left is val pixel position y times y. I think, not 100%, but I think that might, emphasis on might, because again, I don't understand Flexbox very well. So rendering inventory, strong handle. Okay. So that does tell me that I probably don't care about printing the handle out. It is a strong handle, but like... Alright, so that put you like really far over here, which is kind of odd. Why are you so far over there? First up, all these items. It does make me feel like I should have a inventory like component that things get stacked under, just so that like this doesn't get cluttered. So slot 0. Your node puts you at left 0. Wait, right and top auto, left 0, bottom is 0. Yeah. So that puts you at 0, 0. Ah, yes. Correct. That is kind of annoying, because I think what that means is I have to say that they're absolute. Because what's happening, I believe, is that the node's positioning is saying put it 80 pixels from 0. So if I set this to 0, it's there. So I've said, hey, first of all, so 80 pixels is apparently incorrect. 80 should be here. Why is... It's supposed to be here. Well, no, height of 20 is correct, thank you. Width of 50 is correct as well. Sorry. The bottom is apparently 0, which is incorrect. Your X is 0. Did I just... Oh, right, that's probably what I did, honestly. But again, it's the issue is that I'm inventory, college, items, item manager, slot. Where was I? No, we need to go to rendering, render node. Yeah. First off, apparently bottom. Yeah, bottom is Y. Thank you. I'm just an idiot. In your X. So So what's going on is we're giving them effectively an offset from where the flexbox puts them. So because the flexbox is putting them like next to each other, like it's wrapping to 0, you know, like, and they're touching each other, us offsetting it means that, like, so the flexbox puts it here, and then we've got actually put it up here, which is because we're offsetting it by that amount. So we could give them absolute positions. The other option, which I think we have to give them absolute positions, otherwise we'd need to track all the other slots to work out where they would go. Because otherwise rendering a UI inventory would be different to a node inventory. Yeah. I think inventory positions have to be absolute. So we have to be like position type is position type absolute. So absolute just means it still respects where its parent's position, like it's still relative to its parent, but it means that it doesn't, like when I tell it to be 10 pixels to the off from the left side, it's not 10 pixels from where the flexbox puts it, it's 10 pixels from the parent's left. Like it takes the parent's position. There we go. Now they're in the right spot. So that's lovely. Now, the issue with this is, again, we need to kind of work out its width and height and all that becomes very difficult because I'd rather them just be auto, but like it's really hard to do that with the oh god, okay. Yeah, we're really running into some issues with the letting Flexbox go on the nodes. Primarily in that if we want to make them bigger, yeah, we need to scale things up. So what we would probably have to do with that is say that an inventory, the actual like inventory thing, needs to be specified a size, and then their width and height can be calculated as a percentage of its parent, and then you can scale the parent. Because what's happening at the moment is we can't scale you because we're just taking your width, height, timesing it by the cell size. Yeah. I mean, technically we could get rid of the cell size from here. No, you'd still need to specify the size. It's annoying. At the moment, I'm calculating its size based off of this thing's size. Which I guess is technically that's a styling choice. So that does mean that, like, theoretically we could spawn a second inventory, but twice the size, correct? Like, if I go to here, and then we want to like go, hey, can you spawn an inventory? But this one we're going to give a custom scale to. So mute styles, which is a res mute inventory style. Then we're going to go let mute style equals inventory style is so this one's going to have like 30 by 30 cells. Yeah, cell size is 30 by 30. Cell icon. How did I get, do I have access to the server? I mean, presumably you do, but no. Need access to the asset server so that we can like load up the inventory thing. Be like asset server dot load. What do I need? It's like UI slash GUI cell.png, something like that. And then your background is still none, which then we go let style equal styles dot add style, right, which gives us a handle, which means that this one gets the fun thing of being, hey, like inventory style handle style. So I do like new then. That's also really dumb. I'm not going to do a new on something that, like, again, I only ever intend this to be a handle. I guess this is why you do examples, because it means that I can like go, hey, this needs to be public, because otherwise you can't change it. So just purely out of what I understand of how I'm doing this should make it render three times the size. It should be 3 times the size, but it's going to look like 3 times the inventory spots, because we haven't implemented the code piece that checks that. So, for fuck's sake. You annoy me to no end. Apparently you don't do it. My virus scanner keeps deciding that I am not. Okay. Yeah. So, confusingly in the same location, which is, you know, be like node. I just don't want them to be on top of each other, so we're going to say like left, like 200 pixels, and like default everything else, and just put it at left, and then bottom, like 50 pixels. So actually just put it off to the side. But it's, as you saw, like it is still small cells, so the cells should be 3 times the size. The idea is that this is like how you would scale it, is you would just say that the cells are larger. So it's a styling thing of being like, hey, okay, where the hell did it go? It's obviously this one because it was spawned second, I think. I think that's how that works. Where the hell are you? Bottom of 50. Okay. Maybe we should say bottom's auto. Top is something. Why do you keep placing it here? Okay. Yeah, like so, like left pixels 100. What if I said bottom percent 0? What the fuck do you? Okay. Overflow visible. The margin. Auto. Hey. Okay. So we still need to leave the margins at all auto. Okay. So margins or redirect auto all. Right. So that should then position it. I guess auto all puts it in the center, and then we're offsetting it by. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Still not entirely clear why it's doing that. All right, so it's going over here. So we just need to be like, hey, we need your size because these are bigger than the actual sprite. We need to scale it up. So the way that we have to do that is that first off, for each of those nodes, we need to do that. So it needs to be that's a rendering thing, I think, because we want to do the same thing with the other cells. Is at the moment, the way we're doing it is we're setting the size of it to be the right size, to be an integer multiple of the number of cells that it can fit. Instead, we want to scale the cells to be proportional to the number of slots. So we want to be like, ooh, annoying. Right. we want to change either the sprite. Okay, so it does need to go into each individual rendering thing. So move you here and rename you. Node renderer. Right. I was thinking because it does actually have to go into the specific things, because whether we're updating the node or the sprite changes whether, like, we have to grab a different component. So we're going to say update image scale, cell scale. Right, so this has to grab. This is where it would be nice to have the inventory be like pointed to by the slot. I just feel like I'd be copying too many handles around, but in theory that would also allow you to spawn on a singular slot, so maybe that would be a smarter way of doing it. Because if the slot itself points to, so what I'm getting at is here is if we said, hey, you have that plus also pub create inventory. Sure. Since this is a inventory slot thing, we can point to the entity that is that inventory. Possibly. This might be a bad way of doing it, but anyway, it's definitely easier than the other way. So that would then be inventory. No, not node 0. It's just entity. Sorry, inventory is entity. Right. So when we say update image cell scale, we say mute images, which is going to be a query. I guess it's popular because again we only want it to run when there's actually things to update. So we need image node and inventory slot. Where added inventory slot. Maybe we could make the inventory slot do the actual thing as well. So there was it was like a computed thing as well, but I don't know if that actually is working because it always just reads 0 whenever I looked at it. But anyway, inventory res assets inventory. No, we went there. Inventory manager. Right. I don't know if we actually need to do mutably, but anyway, it's the inventory manager here. So you have access to all inventories. So we have to extract the handle first. I was going to say like we theoretically could do the different things, but anyway. So we have the inventory manager because we have to be able to open the inventory. So we need we don't need this inventories, which is a query for inventory node, right? And this is I think another one of those differences between these two. Okay, so we're just going to call you inventory, mostly because my spell checker tells me inventories is not a word. So we go here, we go, hey, for image right. The other thing is we need styles, which is a inventory styler. So we say for image. Slot in images it a mute, so we need you mutably mute. I personally prefer this, so let's somewhat train the AI that this is the correct way to access this mutably. So we need to say, actually, do we even? No, we do need the inventory because we need the size of the inventory. Yeah, okay. So we need to say for the image, the slot. Okay, so let's go let okay inventory equals inventory get slot inventory. Now, failed to get inventory node for inventory slot with inventory entity. Okay, sure, AI, sure. Then we say let some inventory equals inventory manager open. Failed to get inventory for inventory node. Correct. Then we say slot, yep, So we say let slot equals inventory dot get, no, add slot. Okay, open inventory is going to take me to inventory, whatever inventory commands, whatever inventory slot. So new slot, add slot. Got a lot of weird stuff. We got like pub get slot, which then just says get by index. Right? We should probably like inline always. Right. Then we say inventory get slot, and then we say slot dot index. Else warn failed to get slot for inventory node. Okay, so first off, this is really an error, but we're gonna leave that be. The idea is that like that would probably happen if you somehow like modified the size of the inventory before this ran. A lot of these errors don't need to be printed out. They're just more about me like needing to know that they're happening. Or like while I'm testing this to make sure it's not like I'm missing, like a component's missing or something is why it's not working. So we go, okay, when you finally get down to this slot, we're gonna say let style equals style slot.inventory. Cool. And then we say we have to go back to our other thing and be like, how the hell did I calculate the grid size? That was in like the main script thing here. We went like scenes, and it was like the character creation scene had like a grid logic, and it was like update grid. So it's this logic. This logic here. Then we go back to basic stuff, spawn inventory. No, it's render node mod. Right. So we do like something like this, which is style slot inventory type slot. What? Oh, okay. I guess we should probably we could just grab this. We can grab the style first, just for the sake of being lazy. So grab the slot, then we say image mode else continue. So this is only if it's a tiled image. We say stretch the value. So the scale is computed dot size, which is not the correct term because it's well, maybe it is computed size. No, surely not. It's grid size times 1.5 times cell size. I don't think that's correct. I think that's correct either. I think it's scale is style dot cell size divided by yeah, so we need the computed size. So like let's just like not do this. And then we need to run the code and be like, I'm sure it said that there was like a computed image or something. Or yeah, it's called like a computed image node. Is it you? Image size node, the size of the image texture. This component is updated automatically by the update content size system. So it's like you. And it doesn't even, we don't even need the number of slots or anything. I don't think. Maybe though. Can we qualify you with Bevy UI widget image node size? Do I have to add something for that to actually work? Because it's a required component. Like you can see that it turns up somewhere. No, it has to be inside one that actually has an image. Image size node, but it always just says 0. So I just wanted to print it out and be like, print size. Size. Dot 0. Dot size. So I guess we click update. So this is in pre-update, and then this is added inventory slot. I guess these can also go in pre-update. I don't know if it matters, but it needs to kind of go after a flush, but then I don't also really care because it can happen a frame later. It doesn't really matter. All right, so something threw an error. Yeah, that's fine. That's saying a kind of thing. So their size is just always 0. And then it annoys me because how the hell is your size just always 0? The size of the image is texture. But like, what? So either that's not added by default, which I guess is entirely possible. Here. So you're not being used at all. But like that's within here. Probably should have looked up what it was called. Because obviously I can pull that information out. It's used 3 times. None of those 3 times are there. So again, we're copying you, and then we're going to go like upper layer. So in image. So that just does that, and then in here we go. This is called widgets. Okay, as system to post update. Is it cleared every fucking frame? What the hell? What is this? This is the UI plugin. So it's running. It's just not doing anything. For content size image. Oh, node image mode doesn't know. No. There's not auto. And it's not transparent. Is changed. I actually have no idea. Because I think what it's trying to represent is the size of the image. But because something above it is like 0, it's just saying like, no, the image is 0 in size. Right. I mean, there's a pretty easy way around this. Well, I say easy. Annoying, but possible way around this, which is just to say images res assets image. Right. So something about images. Oh, image assets. Okay. So we come in here, we and then we go, okay. So if it's in that mode, because the idea is if it's not in that mode, we don't care. We're going to say let image equal, okay, so let's let sum image equal image assets dot get we need to say like image dot image, right? But I could pass in like a reference to image to image. Else we have to failed to get image asset from handle. Right. Then we go let size equals image dot size. Right. So this returns as a UI vector, and then we have to go here and say, hey, so the scale is equal to your style.cell size divided by size as vec2. Right. And then we stretch you why can I not dereference you? That's concerning. Yeah, you're saying that, which means we go. Why are you saying cannot dereference? I'm not dereferencing it. Okay, that's strange. I'm going to assume that that's just a weird, like, fast compiling error or something. No, it legitimately is crashing on that. Why? What the fuck? Let s equal scale mean scale, and then like this. What do you mean? Your type is quite clearly this. Deref. Okay. Fine. I guess we go, don't give me a minimal reference to this then, you piece of shit, and just say stretch factor. We don't care about the stretch factor. We want to say tile x, tile y, comma dot dot. And then we say we have to keep image. Well, we should really get to image data like that. Okay, and we go image dot image mode equals image mode tile x, tile y, and stretch value. And then we could also just do that and then do that. Just make it like a little bit more clear what the fuck is going on. Yeah, very unsure why it won't let me. Probably this bit. Yeah, this is probably what was going wrong there. It was getting confused about like a type annotation thing. Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll undo everything and see if it is fine with this if I fix this. Oh wait, I have to continue undoing more. Do that. Just fix the last bit by hand. That. Okay, so it doesn't like this because I'm trying to borrow image immediately. Because can I borrow? I guess no, because we only want to borrow the dignity assets. Fine. We apparently have to do this first because no field. Right. Asset. So we have the image asset and then image asset size, and then Okay. Apparently, we don't actually need to know what the slot was because we're literally just looking up the size of the asset and the style that was put on. So we're looking at the style that we used and the size of the asset, and then we're scaling the image size by that. All right. Hey, it's the math's wrong, apparently, but I mean it's kind of working. What's it it's supposed to be like 8, 2, 4, 6, 7. So it's a little bit too much that we're scaling it by, which is interesting. And then like way too much up here because it's only supposed to be too high. So interesting. Well, like what? Okay. First question is like, what are we actually scaling it by? Which is going to be this one, and then like this slot. And then we're going to go like image node. So we're stretching it by 2, which is 100% incorrect because it should be stretched by 3, I believe, because it's not. It's a 3.2. Because no, apparently it is 3. Did we say 30? Is that what's going on? So maybe I was just fucking something up on the other one because it makes much more sense to be this. I just am very confused because in my other example I had to do that, but this makes much more sense, which is to say the size. So we're just gonna quickly like print line updating size. So we're gonna say, okay, updating cell scale. There's like size is this, which is size, and cell size is this. So image size. Right, so this is going to tell us what it's doing. So it should be giving 3. 3 makes the most sense. Because the other one we are actually like putting the correct size in, which is 10. So we were out by like half the difference. Weird. So 5 by 2. And this one's also 5 by 2. Which I believe is the actual size of the inventory. Ta-da! Okay. So we're saying that the image size is 10 by 10 and the cell size is 10 by 10. And this one's 30 by 30 and this one's also 30 by 30. Ta-da! Now, annoyingly, it does mean that you are not allowed to have like a cell size that's different. Like if I made one that was like if I told it in the configuration that it was bigger than this, the image would be weird. I don't know why I picked the lesser of the two. But anyway. Because at the moment I think it'll only work with square. No, it shouldn't only work with square. It's just that we pick the minimum of the two. Which means that like if in theory you put in an image that was like twice the scale on the one axis but not on the other, it would tile the wrong axes basically. Anyway, that does effectively allow us to scale the image, which is where everything else gets its size from. So I guess that's cool. We can apparently get rid of slot entirely, which apparently also means we can get rid of the inventory entirely, which that doesn't make sense. Why are you never used? Because you're the slot. Oh, okay, because the slot points to the inventory, and the inventory is just where it's getting its style from. Which means that we don't need either of these, which basically means we use the inventory style to determine. So you scale an inventory by specifying the style on its rendering, which actually kind of makes a lot of sense. Okay. I guess that kind of works really well. I need to fix this strong handle printing thing, but maybe also like you could just like not say it. The issue with this, I think, Elsa, is if you change the style, it doesn't run. So we would somehow have to work out how to like do like a thing that like propagates that down, that when the style changes, we force that. So this multiplies by that, which is again like a weird styling thing. Inventory manager, open inventory node. Okay, right, we can get rid of the info thing, so we don't need to say every time we're doing an inventory. Okay. So I'm going to commit this, and this is going to be right, full inventory. Added ability to render inventory slots. Added ability to render inventory slots. Right. So I am thinking that maybe I should be splitting this off into its own entirely own like repo, if that makes sense. I can try. I don't know how to like make a Git like thing that splits off, like it's like they call like sub Gits or something, where you can make like this its own Git repo. I don't know how to do it, and I feel like I should, because again, if I release this stuff, it's like it'd be easier if it had its own Git history for what I'm publishing. So how would I even go about doing that? Just like I'm trying to go like a cheaty way of getting around it. Like we're gonna go here. We're gonna go like I guess we'll call it crates. The first thing I'm gonna try is go poly inventory like that, and then we're gonna go cd dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash. No, we need to go further. Dot dot slash crates. There it is. Yeah, crates. And then cd dot slash, and then we go cargo init dash dash lib. Like that. So that's made that cargo. Now my question is first off, if I said go back to here, go up to crates, and like, oops, don't paste it there, paste it here, and then be like replace. Right. So that's oh great, wait, decided it's gonna die. No. Once it disconnects once, it's annoying because it won't like re-establish a good connection. I'm hoping it'll recover on its own, but I may have to like reconnect everything. No. I'm gonna restart OBS. I have to use Task Manager because I'm almost certain that if I end it, it'll end the stream. Like OBS just automatically kills the stream. That might be a setting I have turned on, but recontinuing because okay, the internet seems to have actually recovered. It's so annoying. I don't know what it does. For some reason, OBS must lose the ability to connect. So anyway, hopefully the stream is back up and you can all see again and not have it like be starting over. But anyway, so we've just made this into its own crate. My question now is, because it's an identical rip of this one. If I said that you use poly, wait, where do you even pull it from? You don't even use it. Okay, so if we said poly inventory path is actually like dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot. It was like 4 dots up, crates, and then apparently features equals no. You just turn that on. My question is, do you see that? Yeah, I didn't. I removed that feature. Thank you. So the Rust analyzers have an a little bit of a hissy fit. Why? Okay, so that appears to be saying that this crate. I'm a bit terrified to do this, but if I delete this crate. Okay, now what is your problem? My assumption is probably that I'm using something like workspace in a crate. Okay, so if we say file and be like open folder. Oh, don't tell me my stream's going to start cutting out again. Fucking Starlink. I'm going to reboot the router. Okay, we'll be back.
Cut me off, are you?
Successful connected. Okay, OBS says it's reconnected. And the internet back up to 3K, 1K. No, okay, fucking being bullshit. Anyway, I accidentally opened the wrong thing while I was waiting. What was I doing? It's up here. This, and then we select that. Okay. And then we minimize this, and we go, okay, file. And so we're gonna do, I think it's open workspace from file. No, we want to add folder to workspace. And then we go YouTube, and we're gonna go crates, and polygon. And then say, yes, I trust the author. Okay. But the question is, does the analyzer pick this up? Because this is the main toml that it should see. But this toml points here. So hoping that it actually will render this one. It's apparently throwing an error at the moment. Failed to load workspaces. Oh yeah, but that's because I have like that, maybe. What the hell is wrong with the internet? God fucking damn it. It's dropping like so many frames. Latency, power draw, throughput. It's just lying to me. It could be my computer not wanting to talk to the router, but like back up to 3. Like Starlink seems to think that they're sending data, but fucking OBS certainly doesn't seem to think it's sending any data. I guess let me know if the stream's looking like really choppy. Yeah, it doesn't quite matter with coding as much because like even if you're only getting like 1/10 of the frames, you'll still see. I'm pretty sure it prioritizes audio, but it's still dropping like half of all fucking frame. And the issue is that it's probably dropping chunks of frames, not every other frame. What does it reckon it's doing? Yeah, it just does not reckon it has the bit rate to do it. Why? If I go to my settings, go streaming and go, make sure you don't fucking auto end. I want to be able to click stop streaming and start streaming again without it fucking ending my stream. Because I'm almost certain that if I click stop streaming, it's going to end the stream. Because it does have them as different buttons, but they do not do different. I'll restart OBS again. Fuck's sake. It drops so many frames is the issue. Enable auto stop, turn that off. Yes, please turn that off. Alright, I've disabled auto stop, which means I should not enable auto stop. So now I should hopefully be able to restart OBS without having to like do the whole thing. Nope, it's still fucking not getting a good connection. What the hell is? Do a speed test and see if it's the actual internet. I feel like I need to use the like backup fucking look at this fucking fucking down is fine. And then up is like 30. So that means that it's like YouTube saying no. I'm not allowed to connect to the YouTube fucking server. Settings. There's no turn to auto stop off. I think I can stop. I can swap to the other ingress thing. Oh, well. Speed picked up for a second there. Now it's speed back up. We're not dropping any frames anymore. So that's what's going on. Apparently fucking OBS logged me out though. Great. So who knows? I'm apparently logged out of OBS, so I can't see my stream stats from OBS. But anyway, no, I'm dropping frames again. Not as many, but I'm still dropping frames. I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyway, you are still throwing an error, which means we can see errors. Okay, that's good. That means I can still see errors here, which means I can run this whole thing like independently of the other thing. Cool, lovely. What's it doing? I was testing the UI thing. That's going to run its own entire own target stuff. That's fine. I'm going to go to your git ignore and say you also ignore cargo dot log. Please. And also ignore like assets. BG. The only thing is like all these items and stuff. Just like move this stuff in here, and then say the fallback cell and the UI stuff has to go into here. No, move here. Then I guess let's update the item stuff so that it points to Bevy. BBGs. That should make it easier to my brain is just so distracted by everything at the moment. Yeah, this will let me like upload information that's not yeah, it's a fail to get all the image handles, that's fine. It just requires tweaking the actual like load destination thing somewhere. We load the fallback file, so from its that's bvg UI stuff. I'm gonna need some actual like sprites for like when I publish the examples and things, because otherwise, you know, the examples don't work unless you're using like unless you also rip out the files. But that's fine for now. It doesn't like because it failed to find assets. What else is calling that then? Need to find all instances. So that one's fine because that's in the example code. Oh, this is the UI examples. Okay, so you're also fine and okay, that should fix all the examples not loading properly. Okay, so now I go back to here and I go here and I go to the top and say run. You should work now. So then we can go moved poly inventory to its own crate. Okay. Then we have to like add an existing repo, crates. No, back here, crates, poly inventory, add review. Okay. Made into own repo. Right. Back on to actually adding stuff. Okay. What was I up to? Inventory, so 4 weeks after. We were, I guess. So each time we spawn an item, we actually spawn the item. And that's why I feel like the actual inventory should just hold a pointer to the items that it has in it. And then the actual item should probably be left on the ground. Maybe. Okay. So that means we need to go to like rendering over here and go so we have this. So we have a inventory node with our inventory node and our slot node with our slot node and our mod item node, which is a pub use item node, and then we just have to create our item node, and then we can kind of first of like use super like so, and then be like pub struct item node, which just says like pub entity item. Pub entity. It doesn't. I don't even think it does that. It literally might just mark like item node, and then like again just so that it can be like, hey, this is a derived component, and also require node. So like that. Then we have our item node, and then they spawn the item nodes in. So that does that. And so the item nodes need to go something like like with children slot. God damn, God keyboard pin. God. Okay, so then we spawn our slot and we say like, hey, look, yeah, for entry in slot dot right, wrong spot. Right. Let's just call it root then. For slot dot entries size slot type. Like root dot spawn. And so we have this inventory slot. That's the wrong thing because the inventory slot's like pointing at that and it has an index, but that's actually incorrect. So it's not an inventory slot. It's like a render item. Because the reason I'm thinking it needs to have its own sort of thing is that somewhere in our rendering monstrosity of rendering code, we have like a display item. The display item points at the item that it's displaying. And displaying item. So the idea being that like if we modify the underlying item, we can update all the inventory items. So it's a display item. So you're a display item, and I guess you just get to target item, which is just entry dot entity, like that. So your name is not item in slot. Okay. No, not how that works. I just don't think you get a name. So you're just like a display item, like so. Because the trick with this is that means that we don't actually have to know what the item looks like. Now the slot does contain, because it gets an entry, which means it contains the shape and the slot type. So we can like increase information, like we could send, say, like node, and be like width is node width is, so your width is val pix entry dot it's like shape. I guess we can do some stuff like let size equals, I guess we have the style. I believe we pulled the style. Yes, we have the style. So we're gonna say like entry dot shape dot cells orientation position shape dot, well, that's interesting. Is it cells dot bounding? Oh, yeah, dot bounds dot size. We have the bounds. My issue with the bounds is, again, the bounds return some kind of weird ass and fine. No, we went shape.size, I guess. So when we like pub size, which takes in self and returns an uvec2 which is self dot cells dot bounds. No, we just give cells dot size. Okay. I think it would you'd want like a bounds dot size, but anyway. So we're gonna go to cells and be all like size, which just returns that for now. Cool. So with a rectangle, we just return the size. Now the issue is that I don't think cells takes in orientation. But that shouldn't matter because then when we rotate it, we should be fine. Okay. Size. No, we let size, and that's shape. Size. So we say your width is equal to, I guess, times by as vec2 times by style dot cell size. Right. So we say that your width and your height are equal to those, and then we have to give you a. Well, that's the thing, is the display image is actually what decides what it gets. So for now, I kind of just want to go like background color is entry dot. So it doesn't tell you anything really. Cells, entry, position, orientation, shape. My issue with it is like things like orientation are going to matter. So actually we do need background color. We need a background color like white, just so that we can see the items are actually spawning in. So the item node is going to require a image node, and then I think it's the on add of view that will do the actual like looking up, I guess. We could do that as own thing entirely, I guess. No, it should be its own, like, it would be in here, but we'll do the rendering of the actual like image inside of the stuff, because it'll make it less like looking uppy, like doing everything everywhere. So I do want to check this and be all like, we're going to go to like examples and run our example. I'm a little bit concerned that all the yellow lines have disappeared, because that's usually a sign that it's Rust Analyzer is not working properly. Anyway, so this should then spawn a bunch of white squares, basically. Hey, they're in the wrong places, but they are in fact white squares. And they actually tooltip properly, it's funny. They're also not the right size, but that's fine. Right, so to do the sprite rendering on them, we want to be really annoyed that like this isn't working properly. Yeah, okay. So the UI node stuff's working, which means we go to I don't know. We want to go like pub and well, I guess pub super update item node image. AI, I have no idea what you were trying to do, so please just fuck off. Let me write at least the scaffolding myself. Okay, so changed, which is changed display item. Sure, that works, kind of. Again, we're going to remove shape from it, so actually grabbing the display item and then items. Image node. We also need the node because we need to update the size. We could make them their own thing, but it seems like a bit redundant to lock both things out. So we're going to say for displayed in changed, if let okay item get items display item content references entity that does not have an item component. Okay, continue. If let some new image. No, not how that works. We need the descriptors. Descriptions, which is not a query for item descriptions. It's a res asset item descriptor. Right. So we're going to say let some descriptor equals entity item has an item component with a handle that does not correspond to an item descriptor. Sure. That's. I actually kind of want to say which descriptor is not loaded, but anyway, that's the future me problem. Let me say let. So the issue I'm coming across here is that it doesn't kind of tell me what type it's supposed to be. I don't know. So because we don't with the node here. So entry. Just spawn node display node what color entry. Shape something. Does the entry? Yeah. Let's look at what the entry says. The entry has the entity and the shape, but the shape doesn't tell you what the cell type is, which is annoying because I think I use that to determine what image. So we like let image equal descriptor dot image. Yeah, and then we have to tell it what slot types there are. So that implies some level of we would need the slot that the item is in, possibly, maybe. How do I do it in the other one? How do I, when I in render, how do I go about like this? Spawn inventory window. How the hell do I work out what image to render? Item shape, right, image. We get image from saying handle size, image descriptor, slot. Okay, so we have the slot and we iterate the slot's types. And we just find the first of its type that it fits in. Which actually, ironically, is probably the wrong thing to do. So what that tells me is I should probably say something along the lines of item. So we would want shape and slot type. And then we have to go to slot type and say, actually, slot type is a component. Right? Now, my annoyance here is that this becomes cow, and that could be expensive to copy all over the place. But anyway. Okay. No, not no. Descriptor, get descriptor, ID. No method named ID. Right. So we get the item, right, which is item shape and slot type, like so. And then we go, hey, image, can we say get the image for this particular slot type? Hello? I think we just like dereferences then. Else error item entity does not have an image corresponding with its slot type. You want something that's like into iterator? Yeah. Okay. Huh? Oh, I want something that is an iterator. I'm sure I have a function that just gets one, doesn't it? Not really. Maybe we'll just add a new one. Pub. The issue is that I don't want to break all the stuff while I do this, so we're going to be like get image, which takes in slot and returns an optional handle and says, hey, for slot, if slot for slot type image in images, if slot type equals slot type return image slot type, otherwise return none. Okay, so this is just going to be a get image, and then we can just pass in slot type. So unnecessary something. Unnecessary parentheses. No, because I'm going to unpack that, thank you. So it's going to be let sum image, image and size, which honestly, why do I return different size? I return different size because technically the like you could have a shape like a slot that's only 1 by 1, but the image is much larger than that. So I guess that's how that works. So we actually don't even need the shape because technically getting its image, your image can override your shape. Well, we still need the shape to position it, but anyway. So again, we need the style. Annoying. And the style comes from here. No. The display item points to an item. Annoyingly, I think a display. No, that would be where the slot comes in. So it's not inventory slot, it's item slot. Item node. Item node needs to point to the entity. Which does mean down here we need to say that that points to not the entry, it's entity. You just point to entity. We could make you immutable, which would be fun, because that would effectively make you like a relationship thing. Anyway, so update item node image. So I'm thinking, what do we? So we need the style. So we need to get the styles. Inventory styler. So we go let style equal. Right. We need not the node. Item node, which I guess is also a way of filtering out the other nodes as well. Sure, we can do item node entity. And then you copy entity. So now we have the style. And then we go let size equals style.cell size times size dot. So technically this should probably actually return a no, because it's returning a U32 because it's saying the number of cells. So the other option would be to just have this return a vec and it represents the number of like the size of the image, like how much to scale the image. Anyway, a little bit annoying. And yeah, so let me say like node dot width is equal to size and size. The other option would be to like take the size of the inventory thing and make everything fractions of the inventory size. Anyway, node width, node height. Then we need to go the image is equal to the image. No field. What? Okay. What? Handle. So then we say image.image is equal to image handle. So we're not using the shape, which we will use because the shape has the orientation of position. So we need to say like shape and can you just question My question is, am I allowed to mess with the UI transform? I don't think so, because the node does the node. So like I can't just force them to be somewhere. I think they do need their. We can just like node dot position type equals absolute. So the node's width and height gets set to that. The node's position is what we need to update next. But how do we set the node's position? My thing is we could make the inventory thing. But how do we rotate them? Because I don't think you can just rotate an inventory, like a node. Display. Like, how do I rotate a UI node? I don't think there's any way to just like set its rotation. Have a quick Google and be like, rotate UI node Bevy. My question for that is, it says that I should use the UI transform. The issue is that, like, surely Bevy's updating that to position the UI nodes, but maybe not. Maybe it's like you can do that on top. That would actually be kind of interesting if I could just use that. Anyway, we need to go back to not you. This is a spawn inventory window. Where's the render node? Oh, there's the render node plugin. Okay, cool. So I guess we do that and we go here and we go item node. And then we say update node item node image. Like so. And we go, okay. Now when I run the example, do they have images? Apparently I can't do that. Go back here, run it like that. Okay. Reopen the live stream. Everything. Okay. So the answer is it's not getting there, which is annoying. Now, oh, that's almost certainly because when we spawn the item in, we're not giving it a position, which is probably inside the inventory manager, to be honest. And when we spawn an item, when we spawn an item, we give it the item handle. It's a edit descriptor, entity match something. So we return none. So this is self commands entity and insert shape. You also need to insert adding item, adding item 100%. So it's item script entity. It's definitely 100%. For some reason, this is returning, I think, the slot that it went to. We also need to return the slot type, because obviously, like, we need to know where it went. I also feel like the entry should also contain the shape. No, the slot type. Honestly, man, don't bother. Why are you yelling at me like this? Because the slot type. So you take size of the slot type, you get the slot type. cannot borrow a slot as mutably as it's also borrowed immutably. So, like, let slot type equals slot type dot clone, and then return the slot type. Thank you. Right, so you return that, and then we go to the manager. The manager returns this, and we say slot type. And then this does this and this, and then so we return the entry. So we insert the slot and the shape and the slot type onto the entity. Sure. There's a handful of other places that are broken now because the return type is different. Oh. API definitely needs redoing. Anyway, we're going to remove this. We're going to restart that, and that should mean that each item actually now has a slot type on it. And now that it has a slot type, we can grab the correct image for it. Okay, so somehow we're ending up with some like weird ass stuff. First off, it's ending up like way the wrong spot. But why is it ending up like way the wrong spot? And also, not everything's getting display item component does not have an item attached to it. Okay, so something's gone wrong somewhere. Obviously, so we have our test item. So first off, I think that their positioning probably should be absolute, so that they don't do whatever the hell this is. We have to track down this item. This item. So this is obviously our bottle, right? Like if we said like image node, clearly our bottle. I don't know what this white patch is up here. Now, what is your node? Also, what is your transform? UI transform. Maybe it doesn't have a UI transform. No, it does. It's got 0, 0, sine, cosine, tan. That's interesting because it implies that either it's not using it, but it still has it, which I mean, sure. Okay, don't know that. Yeah. Well, I mean, I should probably use them, move them with that, maybe. Maybe not. Okay. First off, I probably flipped the X and Y again. So your width is 30, which makes sense. Your height's 120, which makes sense. Don't fucking water race things. Where is you? Okay, so first off, where are you positioned? And why is your position type? So your position type is absolute. And you're at left, right, top, and bottom is all auto. Okay. So, where is that? That's rendering. I don't know. So in here, we have to update their position, right? So it's like node dot bottom equals it's like let pos equals shape dot transform. Which is then it's like, yeah, style dot cell size. Pos dot translation dot translation Hmm. Alright, so then rerunning that should position them correctly? Maybe, I don't know. My concern is that it's going to end up sort of randomly placed around. Hmm. All right. Not entirely sure why they've all got like white backgrounds. Oh, because I told them that their background color was white, so I could see them. Oh, great. Okay. So if I just remove that, they don't have a background color anymore. So that's inventory node. No, it's when we spawn the inventory. So it's down here. Spawn the inventory. So item node entity background color white. So let's not background color white because now we can see them without their background. Because we actually have an image loaded, means that we can work out. So part of the issue is that their transforms are in the wrong spot, because I think one of those bottles that's pointing down across that is actually because it's supposed to be rotated 90 degrees. Hmm. Okay. So as you can see, the bottles are in the right spot. I should also probably, like set the here default plugin. So setting the log plugin, we also need to be like dot. Can you not do that? That set image plugin default nearest. Okay, that should mean that we don't end up with these blurry images because they'll be pixel art. But just thinking what's going on. So this one, I think this bottle and this bottle are supposed to be like laying on their side, and that's why they like look like they're sticking out. It's because they're actually supposed to be on their side. Okay. So according to the internet, which how much can you trust that? We just need to also grab the UI transform. Now, theoretically, because of how the math works, we should actually just use the UI transform. Anyway. That's not how you put it. Take that. Right. So now we have access to the mutable transform, so we're going to just give it some rotation. Now, the annoying thing is that this rotation is different to that rotation. So I feel like I just want to add a new function to you and be like hub UI transform, which just takes in this and then it goes, hey, UI transform, and then we say like self dot position times cell size. You don't even need to extend now. Do I just self dot position as vector2? Right. Now we need to do that. We need to also be like self dot orientation dot offset. As a vec2, you're a vec2. Position is an I-vec. So why are you complaining? Cannot multiply something? I had this issue before when I was doing it. Oh, because I've done that. No, it's this plus that. Val2? That's annoying. Okay. So it's like let pos equal this, and then this is val new val pixels pos dot x and pos dot y. Okay. And then orientation up into, it's already doing a rot too, which is kind of funny. Okay, so this should give us a UI transform, and then we can just do the UI transform instead of using the node-based stuff. Now, that's the interesting thing. Does that mean that an image node doesn't actually need a node? No, it does. So, no, this is that's the item node, image node. You do need a node. Okay, so I'm not quite sure where the UI transform differs from the shape transform. So we're going to say transform equals UI transform, and then we come here and we say, hey, can you like not do that? Well, if we just do that, I think I still need its position to be absolute, but yeah, no, we do need its position to be absolute. Node dot position. If it's not absolute, then it'll do the flex, and then it'll. I'm assuming the transform is applied last, so like transforms like a way of moving away from where it put you. Maybe I'm not entirely sure. I've never used UI transforms before, but we will find out. Hopefully, it just puts everything in the right spot because it feels like it should just be the same thing. Still dropping like 20% of frames. That's not bad. Okay, so they've all ended up in the wrong spots, that's for sure, because that bottle 100% should be here, because that bottle was always spawned first. Unless you're telling me that UI transforms work from the top down. That's entirely possible. Alright, so it's going to be this inventory, it's going to be slot 1. Apparently nothing ended up in slot 2. Yep, your item. You're the first item. So yep, that's your image. Cool. Well, that also means that we can just fix the scaling thing by letting you scale the UI. I still like the idea of like being able to specify larger nodes to like, and then be able to pass in a sprite that's a different size and have it scaled properly. But I do feel like we should probably just have this stuff all like follow scaling rules. But anyway, so it's more like I want to go the UI transform. So you go up, and annoyingly, I think you go down, okay? Because the UI, the original UI is here. Okay. That's kind of funny. Oops, I failed it with 0. 1. And then we give it a rotation. Okay. Slightly confusing. Why would you... I don't know why scaling it... Okay. Okay. So, there's no way we just didn't have any items flipped sideways. well, I mean, okay, the obvious thing is this slot. So my assumption is that it's somewhere else, but we can go like, where the hell are you? Or are you just behind because we're not correcting your z-index properly? Possibly. No, so you are the slot, sorry. There's only one item in this additional slot. And I'm trying to work out where it is. Okay. Why the hell is it at 0, 0? And why can't I see it? Okay. It's got no image either. It's displaying item 82. Item 82. It's supposed to be a water bottle, which is correct. It's supposed to be a water bottle. Why did it not render? It doesn't have an item component? Wow. I don't know about that one. Oh, okay. No, I know what's wrong. The water bottle doesn't have a slot type attached to it. That's what's going on. Where's the slot type? Honestly, the inventory going from the top down is probably not the biggest issue. It's a little bit annoying, but okay. I think the more annoying thing is other things going the other way. Something about how we add that water bottle is adding it through an old sort of style of adding an item, which doesn't attach the slot, which I think is probably the spawn add. Reserve. Spawn. Alright. Okay, so reserve at also needs to return a slot type. So we need to go here and say slot type.clone. Okay. So something now up here doesn't like that because you need to grab the actual slot type. And then when we say reserve at entity, we spawn the item. So item descriptor dot spawn and shape dot clone. Wait, not shape. Slot type. Type. I don't think I'm adding the shape either, and we currently need the shape. Why do you clone the shape? You don't use the shape. That should maybe fix it. My concern is that somewhere else I'm doing the same thing. So we have shape and slot type. So this spawns the item first. Well, that seems kind of dumb. Huh. Right. Okay. That's going to lead to some weird bugs. I just can't be bothered fixing it right now. We'll put it to do then. To do clean up if failed inventory. Okay, because yeah, obviously like leaving that just it means that like every time you try to every time you call spawn item, it tries to add it to the current inventory, and if it fails, it just leaves the item. Like the item still exists even if it didn't fit into the inventory. It just sort of floats in the void. Okay, so what I want to go to examples. I want to run this again because this time I think I fixed the issue, which is that when you spawn an item at, it reserves the location first because it actually does it properly, where it checks to see if it can even add the item before it actually spawns it. And the issue was is when it was adding the water bottle, if it did it by reserving it first, it didn't actually add it to the inventory. Okay, so the water bottle is apparently just in the wrong place. Right, because now you're no longer a child of you, are you? That's weird. No, you're a child of you. Why are you not? This is slot 1, and this is the item from slot 1. So your UI transform has you at like rotated 90 degrees and at a 30-30 transform, because I think you're actually supposed to be in this top, like along here, which means if I made like -30, oh, not -300, -30, apparently also not correct. Oh, again. Also just very wrong. Honestly, just unsure. So first up, if we go 30-30. So let's open, I guess your shape. Like, where are you supposed to be? Inventory node. Image node, inherited visibility node. Are you getting some kind of positioning? No. Right, so if I set this to 0 and 1. Alright, so you're there. Which means I think I'm rotating you the wrong way. That would make you 0 and 1. And then negative. That's still wrong. Where are you even rotating around? Again, if I see you back to 0, 1, and then put you, so you're in that spot, that slot there. So I put you at 0, -1. What do I have to move you to get you to that slot? So you have to be at half that, -15, and then.
Hi Trevor, how you going?
Yeah. And 60 apparently. Nope.
At home.
35.
That's all right.
Okay. Maybe it's because I haven't given an anchor point in the bottom right. Okay, so I need to offset either the pivot point or the position that I put things in. The pivot point makes the most sense because otherwise I have to move everything. So I'm curious if the image node has a way of doing that. So wait to here and go image node, planar. No, so you do the image node. Yeah, item node, image node. So first off, so it has a color, a texture atlas, a flip, and a rect, and an image mode. Okay. So I guess it's more like image anchor. It's Bevy sprite anchor. So Bevy anchor for pivot. My issue is that this comes from Bevy sprite. Normalize the size. Bottom left. The issue is that I'm almost certain that this will not work on UI nodes, but maybe. But it comes from Bevy sprite, so I can't imagine it does because the UI nodes come from Bevy image. Okay, so maybe that worked because you're still in the wrong spot, but I think that's just because, again, like we are originally calculating from here down, but now we're going from here up, which also it rotates 190 degrees the wrong way. So we want to go here and go this item and go UI transform. Yeah, so if I flip you to 1, apparently not. Oh, you're the wrong. Yeah, sorry. Wrong inventory. This inventory. This one. So the biggest thing at the moment appears to be the oh, not you. No. So if I said 0, no, 1 and 0, no, so you're still centered, which means that the pivot's not doing anything. Unless you did end up with a pivot. You don't seem to have a pivot. Wait a second, what? Didn't you have a pivot? I could have sworn one of these had a pivot. I saw it. Well, no, it's not. Is it called an anchor? Yeah, you have an anchor. Which obviously you also probably have an anchor. Probably some. Yeah, you have an anchor. Moving the anchor does literally nothing. Okay. That's really annoying. Okay, so annoyingly I have to. Why won't it be here? Why do they have to make it over here? That's such a because there's not even a simpler thing to correct because like to correct it, you would have to effectively know the size of everything to offset by the correct amount. Like you have to know the size of the bag to correct for the offset and the negative. Which I guess isn't actually technically that hard to calculate, but why are you not centered? And why is there... Okay, let's Google that, because that's actually something I might know is go Bevy UI. Pivot. How to offset the UI pivot. No. Okay. My suspicion is it would have to be inside Node somewhere, because it doesn't really make sense to be on any other like thing. But really, it should just be an external component, because we will Google Bevy anchor UI equivalent. Okay, so according to the internet, there is no equivalent, which is very annoying. So, well, I guess one advantage of that is knowing that we're always in the center, which means that the amount we need to offset is effectively... But that's the issue. These are all in the same place, which means we only need to offset it when we're rotating. Which I guess technically we do here. So when we say like rotation self orientation dot offset, right, and the offset's just for each of these. Well, I guess if you leave the pivot in the middle, you can just correct for the offset. It's very annoying that I have to... Because I think that's what it's doing. I don't know what to do. But clearly rotating is just scuffed beyond belief. Well, the other option is that maybe that I shouldn't be correcting. I'm almost certain the pivot, and I know the pivot did nothing because I changed the pivot, it didn't do anything. Why are you off by half? My only thought the way you could be off by half is because I effectively do that with offset orientation. No, we're going to move it like a whole unit, so it should be off by a whole unit. Hmm. I'm trying to think how to go about like just redoing my rotation stuff and going like, well, let's make it work as a node based approach first, and then make it rotate as a inventory based approach second. The issue I'm thinking here is that actually it doesn't seem to make a difference. Obviously the sprite's not the wrong I'm not running it. Is I'm trying to think if that's at position 0, 0, put another bottle in. So these are obviously rotated and then they've not rotated properly. So you're at position 0, 0 is my assumption. So I need to have like maybe a right click debugger. Well, I guess we just go to the tooltip and be like, where's my mouse interaction tooltip? So we need to go like, hey, on debug tooltip. I need to know its position. Go tooltip. No, this is about rendering it. Sure. So the tooltip, and then yeah, items. So with our items, we need the item, we need the shape, and the slot type. Right. And then I want to include that in my so if settings debug information. dbg.spawn so text is new slot type like that maybe. Like that. No. Too many there. That. This is text. Text. Yeah, text. Alright, so we have a slot type and then we also want the shape. I feel like I'm including like way too much stuff all over the place. Like there's multiple copies of the shape, multiple copies of the anyway. This should work fine for just like letting me know where it's placed and its orientation and stuff like that, which will hopefully make it easier at least to tell what the fuck's going on. All right, so now when I run this, we're going to get a normal slot type and then a goddamn fucking Windows Defender. This is a virus. My fucking code from it. God damn it. Okay, so something application. Windows Defender, please stop blocking my fucking code. Dun 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 dun. Okay. So now when we hover over something, it goes, hey. Okay. So we have untyped. Right. I should, and please, the Windows Defender starts taking this out again. I'm so fucking angry. We have to go to our tooltip and we have to go, hey, can you like pretty debug this so that it's got multiple lines so that I can actually like more likely read it, because I don't think it matter where I click, where it is on the screen, the fucking tooltip's gonna run off the edge. Okay, how are you? So your position is 0, 0. And your position is like 0, 4. Okay, so that's how the inventory is going to work. This is 0, 0. Okay. Cool. I guess we refactor some things, so that's how that works. Honestly, doesn't actually matter. Or literally anything. Maybe we go basic inventory and then we go, hey, with a basic inventory, can we when we spawn the basic inventory, can we insert inventory node like so? Wrong parentheses. You go there, and then you get closed. And you go here. I'm just going to be like node margins for auto, please, and then left val 100, and then default. Okay, so I just want that so that like we can have, when we run basic inventory, it should render both sets of inventories. Well, like both inventories should appear on the screen so that we can compare them. But again, that's a later issue. So I guess it does make more sense to use the UI coordinate space for the inventory and then refactor stuff later. Anyway, so what is the current issue? The current issue is when I rotate something, it doesn't actually rotate to where I want it to rotate. So I want to get that first item and I want to go, what the hell is wrong with your rotation? I should probably turn off all the other stuff as well, so it's easier just to have that one thing. All right, cool, sure. Right, we're gonna come down here. Yeah, this is the spawn inventory. We turn this off. This is the bit where it rotates. Okay, and then we're gonna. Okay, we've already added a bottle, and then we spawn this, and we spawn this, and we go. Okay. So when I go back to the top, and I run this, we question our sanity, and we go. This should spawn it in, and then we can see what it looks like when we rotate it like 90 degrees. So we go here, we go open this up so we can get like a nice access to everything. Slot 0 node here. Right. Visibility. No, we want to go UI transform. Right. so I want to set this to 0 and this to, I guess, 1. Is that okay? So how did that turn? That turned 90 degrees clockwise. And now, well, I guess its position is wrong. Maybe that's what's wrong, is that we're giving the, because technically, when we rotate you 90 degrees, you should be 0, 4. So maybe that's what the So maybe instead of well, all right. So firstly to check is if we remove the rotation orientation offset, well, you just return 0. So technically at no rotation, you don't offset it at all, and that is no rotation. Okay, so I'm going to correct offset, but we're going to do it again, like in a separate thing, so that it doesn't break everything. Pub UI offset, right? Which takes in self and vec2 and says match self. Oh, match self. Oh, sorry, wrong self. Self. Okay. Right. Fill the missing arms. So these two are the same because identity just is the equivalent of saying don't rotate it. So they both return a vec 0. Now, at 90 degrees rotation, we kind of dumb. So 1, 0. Now, my annoyance is I'm pretty sure that it's actually the flex box that's putting it like that. So what would be nice is if the, I don't know if the flex box, obviously it doesn't respect it because otherwise it would move it. And I don't think we can, the image size is 10 by 40. Oh, actually that's interesting. Oh, I obviously can't change that. 10 by 40. Well, that's interesting because that's like, what, pre-scaled? Huh. My question with the UI transform is if I said 0, 1, is if I change the node size, I'm assuming it's going to fuck with the, yeah, so it actually changes the node size, which means that we can't do that with the image. Okay. So we need to make the X that's a 90 degree positive rotation, which means we get like vec 2. So my suspicion is you've moved exactly 2 cells down. And it moves to move 0 cells down, right? Like we would need your transform to go from 0, 0. Right, because it's size. No. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So like negative 0.5. 0.5? That doesn't quite add up, does it? It needs to be a matrix, because basically we need to go... We need the y needs to be 0.5 times its height. Negative half. And then, actually, wait. Is this positive? No, not you. Your y, so y is 0.5. And x is 40. So it's not 40. What's your height? So you're like 80. Well, yeah, it would be 40, right? No. You're 120. 120 is like 60. No, it's not 60. Is it 45? Yeah. So 45 is a half. I guess you're negative 45. Yeah. So where the fuck does 45 come from? We should probably be doing it on the one that's not been scaled, because that at least then would be mathematically easier to work it out. 45 is 1.5 times the cell size, but I don't think it's 1.5 times the cell size. That doesn't make sense. It's got to be like a certain amount of x and a certain amount of y. So UI transform. You're 0, 1. Right, so we would need to go negative 45, no, 15, and negative 15. Right, so that's 1.5 times its width and its height, but I don't actually think that's what it's doing. I think we're somehow setting, we need to set it, so we're here. We need to go to 2. Yeah. Okay. Size is 15. How are you getting 15 by 60? Okay, so because it becomes 2 times its height. When the orientation is 0, it's 0. And then you're minus a half. So it's 2 times its height minus a half. And then this is at negative 2 times its height plus a half. My issue is that I think with something that's not square, like this is a rectangle. If I had something that was like 2 by 6, it would be a different, because it's like a ratio of the two, and it just so happens that because I do that is 2, so it's like 1 multiplied by the other. The fact that they both need to move the same amount. Question is, does negative... Right. So apparently it's I don't think it's negative 1.5 actually. I think it's so why is negative I reckon y is negative 1 and then it's minus a half. and you're 1, and again minus a half, because then it would become 2. No, because they both become 2. The issue is I need to make an item that is a different size and test that item. We got the cell phone. We could okay, do that. I don't know which spot the cell phone loads into. I'm assuming I load them just in order, maybe. No, they're alphabetical. We have to spawn the phone in to make sure that like we can actually be like, is it proportional to their height? Because 2 by 1, if it moves less, then it implies something. Okay, so we load all the shit from the loot table. So the phone is item 3. Okay, so we have the empty bottle. When do we add to the inventory the empty bottle? There. Okay, so then let's go let phone equals loot 3. No, don't spawn at, just spawn item. Just spawn phone. Thank you. Sorry, you say, yep. You do that, and then you say spawn phone at. Okay. Let's rerun this, and this will give us the phone. Because the idea is if it's also like the same, then I don't know, honestly, but I think it's got to be and a half. So it's going to be like 1.5, and the other one's going to be like 1/2 or something. So we need to go to this inventory because it's the smaller inventory, which makes like multiples of 10 so much easier to mentally compute. We went into the wrong of the 2 slots. We want to be in the first slot. We go, okay, the phone is the second item in this slot. So we go here and we go, okay. So if I said, hey, random item, because if I hover over you, you do tell me that you're in position. Position's 1. Yeah, 1, 0. Okay, so your UI transform, we say this becomes 0 and this becomes 1, which is effectively a 90-degree clockwise rotation. You now need to become negative 15. No. Negative 5. Interesting. Okay, so go. Also, we're going to try and move it into position 0, 0, just because. Yeah, we need to go wherever we're doing now. Where the fuck am I doing the rotation? UI. Yeah. Right. So I just need to, like, again, write some notes and be like, okay, so a 1 by 4 becomes 15, 15. A 1 by 2 becomes. All right, now I'll put you in the correct orientation. Annoyingly, quite difficult to actually see when you're in the right spot. Also 15. Right. You know what it probably is that it's being positioned so that here is 0, 0. But when you rotate it, like that shifts where this is. So that'll be positioned always at half y and then half x, and yeah, half y, half x. Right. Okay. So now we've flipped it, and so, and then it becomes. I guess technically we need to shift it the other way. We need to go until you are there, which is 5, 5. Also, was it 5 and 15 or was it 5 and negative 15? Must have been 5 and negative 15. No, surely not. Well, it does make them the same amount again, because and if we're shifting by 0, and then you became 15 because that's one cell. Yeah, okay. So let's go grab the other bottle, rotate that, and see if that's also 0.5 and negative 5. So that was 5, negative 5, which I guess makes sense. Somewhat. Not entirely, but somewhat. Okay, UI transform is, so we can set this to 0, set this to 1. Right, and then we go, so what you were 15 and negative 15. So where are you getting 15 from? That's my question. I think it's x, well, no, it's y minus half of x. No, half of y minus half of x. So you are 0.5. So half of x minus half of y, right? I think. And then to flip it 180 degrees. Negative. So we want to make this -1 and this 0. To do this, we need to say that you are 0 and you are 0. But I don't think that's actually correct. I think we would want to be negative 40. No, negative 30. Right, because what's happening there is that we're effectively saying you're going up instead of down. I mean, leaving it at 0 would probably be smarter. I'm not entirely sure, because personally I like the idea that it would spin around the cursor, which would make this negative 30. But that also implies that we have to keep doing like a bunch of shifting and stuff. If I just said that you actually just equal, your offset is just 0 and 0. And then I assume that you're going to be the same, where if I set this to 0 and this to -1, your positioning is going to be negative 15 and 15, which is the same. Yeah, okay. So the answer to this one also vec2 new 0.5 negative 0.5. So what that I think calculates to, in terms of like actually using this to calculate where the new offset is it in the item slot that we calculate the new offset? Orientation item. That's not actually correct, because technically you would become a -4, but yeah. I mean, is the offset the same? Where would you be? Yeah, you're there. So how would I get you to go the other way? So it would still be -15 on the y. But the x would just be -15 as well. Right. So my annoyance here is calculating the offset. Rendering item node. So when we calculate the offset, so we say, well, I guess it's inside UI transform. Right, so we say that the position is self. Okay. So we go let offset. So offset is equal to vec2 new. So your x is equal to cell size dot x. Well, we need its size. So I guess technically that's what we're returning is multiply that by its x. Position? No, we have your position. How do we do this? We need to pass in your size. Like, maybe if I turned off absolute position. I doubt it'll have any impact, but no, because that's just going to make it interact with the other items. Scroll bar width. Yeah, there's just nothing. Scroll position, pick interaction. Okay. See, that's what's annoying about it, is we need to know its size. Because without its size, I mean, we have shape, don't we? Yeah, shape. We are the shape, so that means we have access to its size because we know. Okay. So its offset is that rot equals the orientation into a rot2. Right. No. Incorrect. No, dot offset. Right. So we then say it's self dot size. So I guess that size again. I'm just trying to make it easy to fucking do things. Self dot size dot as vec2 times delta. Right. So then the offset becomes okay. So okay, technically we don't multiply until after. So your offset, so when it's 0, it is self dot size. No, it's size dot x times by okay, wait. What if we said size was this times rotation, maybe? Right, and then we would say that your offset is size dot x minus your y. Yeah. Okay. What were the numbers? It was negative 15. No, it was 15, negative 15. So you are equal to negative self dot negative size dot y plus size dot x. And then you are equal to size dot y plus minus size dot x, maybe. And then you would be size dot x and size dot y. And then we multiply this by cell size. I have no idea. Okay, we didn't add the position, but the first off, you should be in position 1. So you're going the wrong way, is by what my guess is. So you've gone completely the wrong way because you're supposed to go position 0, 1. Your rotation 180 degrees. Wait, that can't actually make sense because I should have flipped the thing, right? Maybe. maybe. I'm losing the fucking plot where I'm in my code. So it's like slot. UI transform. So this and this and this. Okay, so you do offset. Wait, no, we call UI offset. That's probably part of the code. So slot Okay, so UI offset. I think that it's going to be that's flipped, and then this is going to be when you flip the Y, you're like -1. Right. So then we have to find the shape or whatever we're. Yeah. Okay. UI transform. So this is size. So we do this. That's not going to work. Maybe. I feel like I need two sets of orientations because the issue with this is that size.y minus size.x means that this is going to set your position 40, 40. Then we have to say it's something like self.position as vec2 plus that plus that. All right, so this one's the one that's throwing me because this would kind of work in every notation, except when we flip it upside down, because I'm returning -y, we're setting the x really big. So because like in the orientation of upside down, if you flipped it 180 degrees, we would just want -40 on the y, not -40. X. I feel like it needs to return an x and a y. So we would just return like we just need to do something. Wait, first off, it's UI offset. Right, so then we would say your position plus your rotation times by the size. And then when we go back to here, we say, hey, can you take in a size, which is a vec2. Right. So you would then return 0, 0 on rotation 0. On you would return size dot x you return size dot y minus size dot x. Your x position becomes 15, and then you would return negative size dot y plus size dot x. You would return 0 and size dot y minus size dot x. I actually don't think that's correct. I think you just size minus 1. Minus 1. Right. No. Yeah, you want size. Mm-hmm. Ew. Okay. Times 0.5. Times 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5. Okay. So then you being the negative x version would mean that you are size dot y, because I would want you to be I think you're just the other way around, weren't you? I don't remember. No, it's you, it's slot 0. It's you. UI transform, which is 0 and -1, which makes you -15. Oh, wait, really? You can just be auto. Didn't fucking do anything, but that's interesting. I wish I could still fucking get it. Okay, anyway. Alright, so like negative like 15, not 50. Negative 45. Right, so that's negative 2x. No, that's the half is wait, but then it's 45. So each cell of that is 30. That's 60 minus 15. Yeah, okay. Negative 45. That means that's negative y times a half plus size dot x times a half, and then the y is well, the same, right? Yeah. So it's still negative size dot y plus times 0.5 plus size times a half. I feel like I'm getting screwed over by the flexbox placement. I mean, we can see if that looks correct. I feel like it's not going to be, but at least hopefully now. The Okay, you're still very much in the wrong spot. Well, actually, no, I think you're in the right spot now. Your position is 0 in 1. You're just in the wrong rotation. Right, because you should be rotated 90 degrees, which means it's actually the fitting logic that's backwards. Okay. Okay, wait, it's the fitting logic is backwards. how do I get to that logic? That logic's down here. Inventory node, inventory. Where do we put? We like try spawn at. It's we reserve at okay, fit at. Okay, so this is reserve at. Yeah. So reserve at tries fit at. And fit at's what decides if its shape is correct. So let ordered bounds so it's got to be the orientation flipping it the other way. So it's got to be like, I need to flip you to 270 and you to 90, I think. Let's do that. That rotation 0 and rotation identity, we say that your position X and your position Y goes to your position X plus width and your position X plus height. Yes, okay. And then when we rotate you 90 degrees, we want your position X not to change. I feel like I want your position. Well, that's the new maximum. So that means that trying to picture it. Okay. So I think actually we want it to be, because we're rotating 90 degrees, to be like px and px minus h. No, because we want the 0 position. Plus 1. Right, because we still need to be plus 1 so that it still fucking fits. Right, I think. Maybe. Okay, and then your width would be py, your current y, and you've rotated 90 degrees, and this time it's clockwise. So your py wouldn't change. You're picturing it. So the issue I'm feeling is I needed to make it like inclusive. Maybe, I don't know. So when it goes from there to there, the y, the maximum y stays the same, but the minimum y. So okay, it's the same thing. So you'd minus, except it's not h. Wait, what? Yeah, no. So your x, the minimum x. Wait, when you rotate 90 degrees. When you rotate 90 degrees clockwise, and you're always holding, like, this is 0. So your x becomes minus your height. Right. So 0, and your x becomes 1. Your height's 4. Okay, plus 1. Your y, which was 0, Well, that's confusing, actually. I guess because it steps positive direction, positive going down. Definitely negative. Right, so this being up, you turned that way. Your lowest possible point becomes your x. No, your starting y plus your width plus 1. And then your this stays the same, but we add 1. And we add 1. Now, annoyingly, this does somewhat imply that you're not allowed to have a point that's behind the origin. Everything must be done to the right of the origin. The origin must be the uppermost and leftmost corner point. Anyway, 180 effectively says that's 0. You negative. The last point is negative the width plus 1. And your y is, lowest y is this is negative. Yeah. Minus the height plus 1. Okay. And that's plus 1 plus 1. Okay. Okay, then we're rotating 270 degrees, which is this way. So our px minus our height. No, that's not right. Our px is just our px, and our py is just our py at that point, I think. Right, because if we rotate... No, wait. You. And then going that way. So py is minus height, we are width plus 1. Okay, like that. And then this is equal to your highest possible position. Highest x is plus height plus 1. I don't know. X plus height. Just plus height, and then your y doesn't change. I think. Well, it seems to think it's plus 1, but I think it's because the highest is plus 1. Okay. I think this recalculates the bounds. And it checks the bounds. That does mean that we need to go into here, I think it is, and say, hey, can you spawn the water bottle? Then we say spawn at... you try with identity 0 and it doesn't work, and then we're going to try with rot 90, please. So this should make it fit. I hope. God, I hope. No. Where did it go? Who fucking knows? God damn it. But wait, it didn't put it in. Okay. So it failed to insert the bottle, which does, to a certain extent, make me feel like Oh, we have all sorts of shit that it's also dependent on the bounds. So we check the bounds differently, but we don't actually necessarily use the bounds differently. This is disgusting. I need to refactor this code so it can render shit like where the bounds are. So we spawn you at with that orientation, right? So then we add unchecked, which is fun. So we reserve item app, which tries to fit the item. Right. So first thing it checks is it in bounds? Okay. Why did it say? It said not yet implemented, which I actually don't know because I haven't fucking implemented it yet. Anyway, so I didn't fit this one. So the next thing it tries is self iter through each entry, and it says bounds of the other. Well, it has to have failed here because there's no other items. So where are we trying to spawn it, and where is it ending up? All right, I need you to. So you fit at and you fit fail. What the fuck is saying not yet implemented? I need something to spit out a not yet implemented properly. Fine. In here we said where am I like discarding something? How to remove? No, so it's so here. Okay, add failed not yet implemented. You return this kind of add failed. I'm gonna say you don't map that to anything. If you fucking would please, and thank you. So don't map it to anything, and then we track down where that other. So it can't convert. So this is an add failed, and then you return a add failed, but you would return like a different type of add failed. So we're going to say get rid of this add failed, and we're going to use the new add failed, and therefore we can implement them as we go. So we have to go. Well, let's find one. Let's import. Okay, add failed. So apparently there's an add failed, no slots in inventory. No slot in inventory. I don't know why that's its own slot type, but anyway. No slots in inventory. Right. This returns a vector, which is kind of weird, but anyway. It's about me being like able to find like multiple issues. So not in bounds. Apparently not in bounds is different. No. Apparently we just it failed. Okay, so add failed not in bounds. Not in bounds. No, slot sure. That should report that correctly. So apparently you're returning an AABB bounding box, which we just right. Guess we go. Did we go back to here? No. You return AABB, so you fit, you work, which means that it's you that needs to be like, no, don't do this. These are AABB bounding box. And this is an AABB. AABB 2D bounding box. Okay, so overlaps with is not a thing apparently. So you need to have an like overlaps with what do you return? So overlaps with I, where I is the slot index and the index. Okay. So overlaps with existing item, slot index, overlap index, use size, and then item overlaps with existing item in slot at entry. Let's do that. Can you please detect that I fixed it? Thank you. So no slots except. Good, good. We just rename you to that, and then okay. So does that mean? Oh, I don't need that. That means theoretically this should at least report Y, because it says spawning bottle at error not yet fully implemented. Right. So I've now still not fully implemented, but I have like at least the errors bubble all the way up instead of getting like part way and then being like, fuck it, I don't report errors anymore. Or at least not accurate errors. So hopefully this will just like tell me why, and I'm hoping it says that it doesn't fit within the bounds, because that would imply I'm doing some kind of rotation issue. Okay, so it says not in bounds, slot 1, which is where I would expect it to bounce, because I'm trying to add it somewhere like that. Okay, item bounds is x1, yeah, 0, to maximum x2, x4. Okay, and the slot bounds are 0, 0, but this isn't the normal rotation. This is the item bounds. -2, 0, max is 2, 1, is incorrect. When I rotated you 90 degrees, rotating you 90 degrees, how do I rotate you 90 degrees? Wait, no, rotating you 90 degrees makes sense. It's, yeah, it would make sense not to hit, right? 270 still makes sense because we still want it to rotate it counterclockwise. Okay, so we like 270, drop 270, right? Because this kind of makes sense that it would be from -2, so it's 2 spots outside the inventory. Because I forgot that we flipped the bottle. The bottles don't go from the bottom up; they go from the top down. Hence, we changed the rotation direction, so it was actually still the correct rotation. Because if you're holding it at the bottom and you turn it clockwise, it goes the right way. If you hold it at the top and go clockwise, it goes the wrong way. So the lid of the bottle is where the bottle placed. Okay, so the offset's completely fucking wrong. But it's at least able to find the spot again. So where the fuck did you get placed? spawning water bottle at not inbound. Yeah. Reserve space for water bottle in inventory at position 1, 8. This is 7. Well, this is 6, 7, 8. So why did the water bottle spawn up there? That's correct-ish. Except your position should be 0 on the Y. I guess we have to track down your item, which is like a water bottle. Yeah. We go shape, and we go, hey, so your position is 1 and 0. So you've very much gone the wrong way and the wrong way. Oh, God. So your Y would actually be -15. Wait, no, that's correct-ish. Wait, yeah, that's correct. -45. So that's correct. You're actually on the right spot because I put you here, which 0, 1. The 0 being here and 1 being here. You just went the wrong way that way. Why should you be 45? Alright, so the 90-degree rotation, the X went the wrong way. We added the wrong amount to the X. So maybe I had something upside down in my head, and when I go back to slot here, let me go here. UI offset, yeah. So at the rotation of the 90 degrees, the X went the wrong way. X should have been 45. At 90, your X. Well, isn't that what I gave you? How did you end up not at 45? Unless I gave you the wrong offset. No, it was 270, wasn't it? Your rotation is 270. Yeah, rotation 270. It's this one. Your Y, you should be this way. Right. It makes me feel like the 90 degrees wrong, but maybe not. I mean, there's actually a pretty easy way to test that. Anyway, so that would make you... That makes sense that these are the same, but these should be opposite. Like, I'm almost certain it's like that, because... Like, because again, this doesn't move. The pivot point... No, so it needs to be mirrored, I'm pretty sure. Which makes me think that your X is going to be very wrong. Or we need to actually find something. So we need to probably get like an item that's not 0, 0. Anyway, let's go spawn in another water bottle. And we'll give it a 90-degree rotation and we'll put it at the other side. Again, to test that its rotation is correct. And then we need to spawn in an item upside down that is a like a tin or something. So in here, we spawn the water bottle. So can I clone the water bottle? When I spawn it this time, I'm going to clone it. I think that's how I did it. Yeah. And then we're going to spawn another one. So this one's going to be at 6 and 90. Right, 90. Alright, so this is going to rotate basically 90 degrees the other side. And we're going to move it down, which, interestingly, that does imply that 8 is in the wrong spot. Well, it's not necessarily it's in the wrong spot. It's that, well, yeah, no, it's in the wrong spot for sure. So it would be 9. It's that the inventory, the spawning the inventory, render this node, inventory node. Yep. No, you don't spawn that. When we spawn it in, we give each slot an offset equal to its size, but it should actually probably be where do we do each the entry shape? Okay, for its size. We don't need to give it an anchor on the bottom. Thank you. But this is each item, so up here, isn't it? I'm thinking top. No, that's dumb. I don't think it's top either. The issue is that they're expanding up. Maybe if I do the top, it'll be right. When they should be expanding down. And that's causing issues. Where, again, I'm spawning it in the bottom row. But the bottom row is the top row. But because I put the bag and the bag is spawning above, one would assume that saying top would work, but I don't think it will, because again, for some reason it packs to the bottom left. Maybe not. Oh no, okay, it does work. It does break our offsets for some reason, and also apparently, did we fail to add the other bottle? I feel like we failed to add the other bottle. Right, so it does need to be one higher. One higher would be one further into the inventory. God, I fucking hate UI. So annoyingly, we have to like correct where we put this. Say, I guess top 50 or something. We're gonna need to move it up. Where are you at? Where are you at? So you reckon you're at 1, which is incorrect. You moved a little bit too far. Your rotations, I'm gonna say, you moved way too far actually. That's here, and we go. You need to be like a whole unit further in. Now I think that's from the rotation. But again, annoyingly, the other bottle didn't spawn. So we need to do like, yes, hello, please. So we spawned the phone at, we spawned this. We said hey and then we said hey. Whoop. That's the wrong combination of things. Is it alt click down? Thank you. Yes, at 6, 9. now maybe we should try 5-9. My concern is that it's actually is checking that location and that we've fucked up our math somewhere. I guess we can find out when it does it. Is it in bounds? Right, so now it'll actually tell us why it didn't place it. So the other one is off by 1, which kind of makes sense because I think I should be subtracting. That could be part of like the difference between one and the other. So we go slot and it's like here. Okay, so you are offset. So the 90-degree rotation, no, the 270-degree rotation was wrong on the x because I think it's probably x minus x. But that does make me think that it's x plus x, like this. So why did the other... Not inbound, slot 1, item added, min 3. Yeah, 1. Max was... Okay. So that makes me think that the bounds checking is just wrong. So we have to go like shape, where we've left shape, and tell shape that its bounds don't work like that. Shape, bound. Right, so we said, hey, when we rotate this water bottle to 90 degrees, so rotate 90, not in bounds, this number shouldn't have gone up. This number's staying at a 1. That number being a 1 makes sense. That number actually being a 7 makes sense. Oh, is it because the maximum bounds is 5 because it's only 6 wide? 1? Oh, it's only 5 wide. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay. Well, ironically, the code's working better than I expecting. Because I was like, yeah, put it here. It's like, no, put it at 4, please. Okay. Now it should actually fit in the bag. And that should also fix like a bunch of the other stuff. There's nothing wrong with that orientation code. Because it literally was like, no, like it doesn't actually fit. I was going 6, 7, yeah, that works. But it's like, oh no, the bag's only 5. Whoops. Okay, so you're working correctly. The other one, obviously, way too low down. The other one needs to, I guess, technically have its... So we probably want to put it at 3. Just again, like that's more about testing different areas. So like 3. So when we do the offset correction, we're obviously correcting the Y way too much. So we're correcting it so much out that it's almost certainly just going the wrong way. So UI offset. That was the 90-degree rotation. The Y is way too low, which is saying, I guess you stay negative. So it doesn't matter which of the 2 rotations. So the X's flip, but the Y's stay the same. We'll rerun this and go, does this work? Hey, look, the bottles are in the right places. Okay. Now annoyingly we have to like add the ability to pick them back up, but I don't think I've got any of the code for that working. Okay, so let's commit Fixed fixed offset of UI items. Right. So we've fixed the offset of UI items. What's it doing? Okay, rotation. How the hell does my mouse interaction work, and why is that broken? So I think mouse interaction does a stupid little, like, when you pick it up, it doesn't. We pick up an item, we set that held item. The issue is that the held item update hand window. So we only do transform. Rotate hand and canvas toy. So this is update hand. Okay, so this updates hand. Trying to go, like, how do I make this not dependent on which type of item it is? One thing I'm thinking is, if you pick it up, honestly, it might be smarter. Say hand. Where is our hand? Held item. I'm thinking I just want to swap it to being like a like pub struct. Follow cursor. And then ironically, I think I thought of a way to make this way better, which is to say held like items. Now I guess we can, there it is, baby. We'll just continue using the hand. So I guess I have to put this back so I can remember how that worked. I don't think we need to track that. We can just say, like, mouse move, which is then like message reader mouse. Oh, we're going to do accumulated. There we go. Res accum manipulated mouse motion, like so. And then we just go, it was like option transform, and we can then be like option. That's the annoying thing, isn't it? UI transform. We get rid of that bit. Make that bit mutable too, and we say transform. Okay, that's not how you do it. Did this, and then oh, it was like that. Brian, what are you doing? So we say, hey, transform. Yeah. How you had it? Fixed it, please. Thank you. No? Yes, maybe. Alright, so you get this, otherwise you return. And okay. Help. Hand is hand. Right, and then we say if let sum mute transform equals transform.translation plus equals delta dot extend 0, and then we say if let sum mute UI rect equals UI transform translation. I don't think I can plus equals this at all because we have to like match. If let val pixels transform left. It's like dot translation, the translation left. What? No, X. Thank you. Apparently these didn't need to be mutable. Okay. Fine by me. Right. So we still can't pick up the UI items for some reason, but this should let the UI items move without caring. Like it moves both of them or either of them. So when we say pick up, so you're doing something which is incorrect. We're looking for global transform. You pick up the offset somehow. I think we can just get rid of the global transform because again, like the global transform was about allowing us to like set it absolute, but like we don't actually need to do that if we just track the movement of the mouse. We can just say, hey, that yeah, the origin is not actually the physical origin, it's about like being able to drop it back into the inventory if you like right click or something. So we don't apparently use shape. So technically the only thing, I'm trying to find the red line. Goddamn, where is it? It's up here somewhere. Oh yeah, you don't have an offset anymore. We still need the origin again for when we like right click put it back, but this should let us pick up any item, I think, because the only restriction on picking up an item is that it is an item, I think. We make sure that we're not already holding something. And then we make sure that this returns something, which is that it is an entity, which they all should be. It should have a shape. Okay. needs to be a child of something and a display item. This removes that and then it inserts the icon in there. So we check items, which is a display. So we get display item. And then there's a slot renderer. Okay, that's unique. That's annoying. Inventory slot. Right? Or is it, do we actually use the same inventory renderer? Let's double check that. Renderer. No, there's an inventory slot here, but it's apparently not public to the rest of the crate. Which is that we have to go back to here. We're like rendering prelude. So display item and also slot. No, where the hell is it? It's in render, isn't it? Yeah. Inventory slot. Right. Inventory, and then you get inventory. Something like that. Okay, so then inventory slot doesn't care, and then this doesn't care, and then inventory manager doesn't care. Inventory render. God damn it. Because inventory renderer is for nodes. And inventory node. Damn it. Okay, which means again we need to make this like flexible enough to be like inventory node. Is it like any? Honestly, you go like this. Okay, so inventory handle. Can we like match inventories dot get plot renderer dot inventory, and then it should be like okay underscore some node, and this is like okay inventory renderer, and then this is error, don't care. Okay, so let me say like let inventory handle node dot what is your problem? How have you become a pipeline all of a sudden? The fuck? Excuse me? How did I break? Gotta be this. Fine. I mean, the type's exactly the same. I think that any is just supposed to make it easier. Why are you not returning something valid? What? What is your problem? It's so bizarre. Node dot clone and then render inventory. I legitimately have no idea what the fuck. I've obviously put something that's not like a component somewhere. So I just comment like all of this out. Are you gonna tell me like what type is wrong and that's like completely cooked the idea? Apparently not. Grab that. Mismatch type, expected result, children item. What do you mean? I've probably imported something by accident. Tooltips, great. Tool action, tooltip action, item, Bevy. Okay. Rendered cache pipeline. Okay, yeah, that would explain it. So we replaced the word okay with something that is not correct. Okay. Okay, so we do that, we do that. Okay, so we say slot dot inventory. Why does inventory missing arm? Okay. I think this is why you use any of. Otherwise, everything meets that criteria because effectively you're saying it needs to be one or the other of two things that are optional, like everything meets that condition. Am I missing a closing angle? I am, okay. Right. So we can match that. And it's telling me that I don't have the none case. Now I don't think the none case exists anymore, but it's probably still going to complain about it. Yeah, okay. Okay, none none. We're just gonna say, I guess, one clicked on not inventory item. Like that. Okay, so apparently it's not called. So node node.0 decline, and then inventory renderer. There's the ID. Okay, so they both return ID, and then you pass the ID in, and then you do this, and then you do that, and then you come down here, and we say, hey, inventory handle dot handle. Okay. We're just gonna go to you and say, can you actually just be an asset ID? Thank you. Kind of hilarious. Anyway, that should maybe let me pick up nodes. I'm not entirely sure because there might be a whole bunch of other things that are failing the check. But if it's not, I'm still going to call it the end of the stream because obviously, like, mentally too drained to reason about this logic. Now, my issue is if it's hey, so apparently we didn't unparent. Oh, okay, we did unparent it in place. We just didn't set its fucking thing right. Okay, alright, I can fix that pretty easily, I think. So we just need to go back to our like mouse and our pickup. We just need to be like, oh right, well no. So when I pick it up, I unparent it in place, right? Remove parent in place. Yes. I think, not 100%, but I think I need to take its like its global ID, so so remove parent in place. I mean, technically. We can just like not remove its parent. I'm curious if that's going to cause it to constantly teleport back because it's like something else is controlling it, but that theoretically would work on both sets of inventories. Because we either move the transform or we move the UI transform. We never unparent it, which means we never reposition it, which means it's just once we've picked it up, we move it from where we picked it up. Well, it's either missing a bunch of stuff or I've done. It seems like while I move in a circle, it's like it's doing the same pattern, but somehow it's ended up not underneath the cursor. Maybe it moves at a different speed. No, it moves at a different rate, and something about moving while it's off the screen is also causing issues. I guess I have to first up rerun that and go, what if I don't? Right, so for one, it's definitely moving faster than the actual, like then it should be able to. Which then means we need to, I guess it's like in here. We need to do something. There's like a fucking logical pixels versus something or other. That or moving everything twice. I mean, that's possible. Well, we are only specifically getting that target entity. That's why you would need the offset, but we could, again, grab the offset. I don't like the double optional offset that stuff, but what we can do is instead we go like window, single primary window. So annoyingly, we're gonna have to break. So to do add back sprite offset. But then we want to say that if your x is an x, then I want to set your x position to I think we get like there is a window.cursor or something. Yeah. Okay. So we want to be like let wrap that and be like some mouse so wrap that one like so, and then it's window.cursor position that, and then we just say that you are mouse.x and mouse.y. So it does need the offset. There's a reason. I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, because when I pick it up, it's going to teleport to under the mouse, not necessarily where you pick it up. So that's what the offset was about, was making sure that where you pick it up is relative to its position. So now when we pick something up, it's going to, oh, apparently. Ugh. Oh, we have to unparent it now as well. Okay, because now it's moving relative to its parent. We removed the unparenting because we wanted it to stay in the same spot when we unparented it. So we remove pickable, and then we remove okay. We're just going to remove child of rather than like the remove in place, because I think the remove in place is what like is obviously more expensive, as it has to calculate like what the new offset should be to stay at the right location, and it doesn't work with UI. So I don't know if that's a bug or intentional, but like it doesn't make. It's got to be a bug that when you unparent in place, but I don't. I assume it's more like they don't expect you to be unparenting UI elements and expecting them not to move. As you can see, it's moving to where the mouse is. Um, so I guess we just need to keep like an offset when we pick it up, which is a pain because again, we don't have a unified transform between the UI and the not UI. Admittedly, we should probably just fix that by saying have two different pickups based on whether you enable the rate or not. Because that's it. Like the only thing that really changes is whether you have one of these and which we need any of global transform and UI. Global UI transform. Right, global transform. They need to be references so that we can reference them. These need to be wrapped into a tuple. I think it returns a tuple, which means that I can say like pause. Yeah. Then when you get down to here, the hand needs the offset. So we're going to say like let offset equal match pause. So you would be so I guess it's underscore some UI and then your sum global and then yeah, none just becomes 0. All right, so the UI becomes translation, UI translation. It's more like the event click dot pointer location dot position minus location. Right, I think it's actually the other way. Only reason I think it's the other way is because basically it's saying we have the mouse at all times, and we say so we want UI, we want the difference, the translation minus the mouse position, and then this one we want same thing. So it's like global dot translation minus click extend. Well, no. Progress is going okay. Like I've managed to convert it over to the UI, but I've broken a bunch of other stuff because I keep changing things because I don't like how they feel. So like I would say I've made a lot like progress in that like it's going to be easier to maintain in the future, but a bunch of shit's broken now because I've been like I'm going to make it work with the UI and keep changing the stuff so that it works with UI. That's breaking it so it doesn't work with rights. In a second, I'm just trying to work out this offset stuff, and then I'll give some examples, and then I'm probably going to end the stream. So sorry that you only just got back as I'm basically about to be done because my brain is cooked. So we have the offset, and then we move you, and we say you have to be like recalculated somehow, which is annoying. You need to like let offset equals hand.offset plus window dot cursor. No, it's just plus mouse, which is then I need dot held item dot offset. Dot unwrap, or I guess vec to no dot and then v, which is v dot offset. What? Yeah. And then, which takes in an option and runs, and then if it's sum and returns an option view. What are you complaining? Oh, right. I forgot that this has to like maintain the pipe, I think. Okay. I hate that. Okay. Like as ref dot map the offset dot unwrap all back to 0. That work? No, I think it's still complaining. Okay, fine. If let sum okay, and then we say let offset equal offset plus equal mouse. Why am I not allowed to fucking can I like d ref? Okay. What the hell am I doing wrong? Let hand equal hand dot held item. Dot as ref dot unwrap. No. How are you taking ownership? Or oh, okay, wait, we already have item up here. Never mind. I'm an idiot. That's why it's yelling at us. Item. There we go. Item to offsets, mouse offset. Okay, right. I think that should work. Yeah. Anyway, so this the stuff that's changed that like I'm gonna have to retweak other stuff, which personally it's not really that big a deal. It does somewhat annoy me that just purely because of how like by tradition UI is rendered like this is 0, and sprites are always rendered that this is 0, like the center of the screen versus like the top right corner, means that like I'm gonna have to modify my sprite code because originally when I wrote it, this was cell 0, and it went 1 0 2 0 3 0 and 0 1 0 2 0 3, and like so this is your highest point. But because of I've converted it to node based, now this is point 0, which makes this cell 0, which makes this your highest cell, and I had to modify a bunch of the code so that like they still work. I still feel like the number is also still wrong. Also, I feel like apparently that's like the complete wrong way. Interesting. How did that work out? Yeah, and so the issue is because of the fact that like I was pretty much coding my stuff to work with one, and now I swapped to the other, and I still want it to work with the original one. I had made a bunch of modifications to code because I'm like, it makes sense to use those coordinates because like all the mouse interactions and stuff also are in those coordinates. And so it's probably smarter to offset the sprites than it is to offset. Oh, this is the sprite version? No, this is. Oh, this is my. I made a new one to compare the two, and then hit escape. Yeah. Yeah. So like you can see, like they're the same inventory, but they've been flipped because the coordinate system's being different. Interestingly, they actually both still work, but I think it's because well, these ones are obviously wrong because these batteries should be 2x2, I think, and they're quite clearly not in the right spot. Anyway, I'm trying to work out why the offset does that, which is like effectively exactly double or something. I don't know. What did I do backwards? Mouse offset. So to calculate the offset, so I'm adding them together, which is off mouse plus the offset, which means to calculate it, I presumably have to do minus maybe mouse minus. That really doesn't make sense because it would be the thing minus the mouse and then add the mouse back. But apparently not. I'm pretty sure I'm using the global one. I'm also like hard coding all their positions, but that's more to do with we're not hard coding. I'm using absolute position instead of relative position. Otherwise, as you add items, they like get pushed around because it doesn't appear that you can like rotate a sprite. So like, what would be nice is if I could just put the items into the bag and have them automatically, like Bevy's layout system automatically stick them in the right spot. But if I make this phone like twice as wide, I can't rotate it because rotating it means that it doesn't fall. Like these aren't rotated. Well, they're visually rotated, but like I've then corrected their offset. Otherwise, they're still technically right here. Like that's where their position is. I've had to actually it's probably over here somewhere now. But like when I rotate this, it ends up down here. So So like I can't have it flexbox, which means I have to manually set their position. Why did you teleport all the way over there now? That's confusing. So if I flip it, it must be half. Something needs to be halved. Oh, great. Don't tell me it's doing this again with a coordinate mismatch. They should be giving it like a very small number, is the annoying part. Because it's global transform. I should check that actually. Maybe the issue is that it's global transform isn't what I think it is. UI transform mouse transforms. So you add them. I need to check their positions. I'm wondering what it is because if their global transform is 0 when they're at position 0, like if this thing's global transform is 0, then all that's going to end up happening is that when I pick them up, they're not actually going to be where they need to be. And honestly, that would be so stupid. But honest, with the way that nodes work at the moment, I'm thinking it might be what's happening. We want to know. We want to go UI global transform. No, okay. So this is its position. But then when I click on it, why does it end up over there? Also, apparently this is not the item. Oh, that's the slot. All right, let's try that again. But that does somewhat add up. I don't know. That is that the number should be much smaller than it's fucking being. Like global transfer. No, this is inventory. So we need to go into the slot, and then we need to go into the specific item, and we need to go. Hello, specific item. What is your global transform? Right, I needed to print it out because that isn't 0, and I was expecting it to be 0, and it's like, oh, that's why it's teleporting. It's because it's setting it to 0. So when I'm doing the subtraction and the addition. Here. So when we pick up the item, I am clicking at the point of position. I need to know what this is. So can you please print line UI position, print line mouse position, print line offset. Right, run this. What the hell is it spitting out? My assumption is that the mouse is just not where it says it is. Like maybe the fucking UI and mouse are even different again. It would be kind of ironic if the UI started, like the flex box started at the bottom left corner and the fucking mouse is to the right. Oh god. Alright. So when I click on you, you said that the UI position is 1277 and the mouse position is 8 for making the difference 400 and oh no. Oh no. Primary reason for going oh no is I'm fairly sure that translates to one of these is using a not standard fucking scaling. So the UI is working out where it goes, and then the mouse is using a different scale because I was not 400 pixels away from it when I clicked on it, which means one of these is using relative pixels and one's using absolute pixels. Gonna be infuriating to try and work out. The position of the pointer in the target. No, again, way. So the target is about 400 pixels tall. No, the target is not. Yeah, one of these is the wrong. And I'm almost certain I know which one it is. Is in that it's Right, do we have access to the window? We do have access to the window. well, I guess one thing to assert is the cursor position the same as the mouse position? Which it probably almost certainly will be, but anyway. Cursor. Right, which we reprint the cursor position. There is something that's like print line. Scale, maybe? Which, well, we might need a camera for it. Not UI scale, it's like window dot scale factor. Yeah, physical cursor position. So the way to check that, I guess, is to go, hey, like if I try and click like really close to the top, do we end up with like one of these being closed? Because I'm thinking it could be the physical position or the cursors in the physical position. One of them is returning the wrong thing. And you end up with like this weird, like it's out by a scale of like 0.8 or something. I probably should print out the scale factor because that would be like almost certainly what the scale would be. Obviously it's out by that. If we click like as close to here as possible just to say like the numbers are the same. So the UI position is this, the mouse position, the cursor position, the scale. Yep. Okay, so that means, and the whole reason I was doing this is because it was moving by the wrong amount, which apparently the wrong amount is that. So what we need to do is go into the right piece of code here and say, okay, so you are get pointer location, okay, physical cursor position dot physical window dot physical cursor position dot unwrap or default. Okay, so that should actually give us the right thing, and then annoyingly we have to come down here and be like, hey, where's the mouse? Get physical cursor position. Okay, and then when we run this, now it should be like pixel perfect. And with that, I'll probably end the stream because I'm getting a little bit tired. Right? Okay, so the answer with that one is apparently no. What the fuck? I don't get it because I concluded that the physical cursor position, maybe it's just, maybe we need to know the physical cursor position when we're using the absolute to get the correct offset. The issue with that is it's going to result in the offset being technically slightly wrong, because the offset shouldn't be too bad, because as long as the offset's within shape, it can only be so bad. But it's basically saying like we were out by like 15 pixels in the absolute space, and then we're going into the relative space and still keeping ourselves 15 pixels away. It's such a weird way of doing it. Bevy's doing it that way. Okay. In fact, Bevy is apparently doing it that way. Which means that the way to fix it is actually to go, I want to say it's scale factor. It's you. Okay, so we want to say like it's cursor position times by window dot scale factor. I think that should maybe do it. Because I don't know. Goddamn knows. Okay. I mean, it works better. Not perfect, but also apparently it leaves them as pickable, but that's fine. They're supposed to disable their tooltip so they don't, so you can actually click and put them back and stuff. Anyway, that's working, so I'm going to commit that and call it a day. Thank you for tuning in. Fixed pickup code. But yeah, so thank you for tuning in. I will. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow because I don't know if I want to take the weekend off just to rest, and then stream all next week, or whether I want to just continue just streaming like 5 to 8 hours a day. But we'll find out. End broadcast.